Some of work.
Oh.
Good.
Mics have been unmuted.
Do I have to unmute?
Is that mine?
Do I
Give me
ask
mine.
her?
It's mine. Well, it's actually Miss Holloway's, and I stole it because she's not here.
I don't know why it's over there.
Wait, one of those nights, I can tell you.
Does it cover over it? It has to unmute. Okay.
Are you good, Miss Bess?
I'm good.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming to our city council meeting tonight. At this time, Miss Bess, will you please do roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Here,
Vice
and I
Mayor.
would like to,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm joining the meeting virtually due to medical reasons.
Thank you, Mayor Bennett. We'll notate that.
Don't we have to vote on it?
Yeah. I think we need to do
We
roll
need
call.
to vote. Yes,
Yeah,
we
I
need
think
to
we need to do
vote.
roll call first, and then we
Yeah,
go into
we'll
that.
vote. Okay.
Yeah.
So Mayor Bennett is present. Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
You have a quorum, Vice Mayor Parton.
Okay. We have two counselors that are joining us virtually. Mayor Bennett, will you go first, and then Ms. Holloway?
As stated before, I'm joining the meeting virtually due to medical reasons.
Okay. Is there a motion on the floor to allow Mayor Bennett to participate in the virtual meeting?
Second.
Wait a minute.
If this is in accordance with the FOIA policy, they need to state where they're participating from.
I can't hear her.
Under the electronic meeting policies, and they need to state briefly just where they're participating from.
Okay.
Ooh, it's a good thing when this problem didn't do that.
Okay, this is Mayor Bennett. I am participating from my home. Would you like me to give my address, or would home be okay?
Home is sufficient because I'm certain that there's on record your home address, so yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
All right.
due to medical reasons.
I
Is there-
make a motion that we approve Mayor Bennett's participation via Zoom or
No, we already did that.
electronically.
I second. She was already made the motion. She made the motion and I seconded, she did.
Okay. All right,
Okay.
that's fine.
Well, we didn't hear it because we were listening to her.
All right, that's fine. So the motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Any discussion? Hearing none and seeing no lights. Ms. Bess, roll call, please.
Councilor Holloway,
Vote.
Councilor Holloway.
She can't vote, it's just the people present.
Oh, you
Yeah.
know what? I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yeah.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion is approved to allow Mayor Bennett to join.
All right, Counselor Holloway.
This is Counselor Holloway. Would like to participate in the meeting according to your votes. I am, would like to join the meeting from my home for medical reasons.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion on the floor to allow Ms. Holloway to participate in the meeting virtually?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, Ms. Bess, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes to allow Councilor Holloway to join.
All right, thank you. At this time, do I have a motion
Thank
to
you.
go into closed session?
So moved. Oh, never mind. I'll make the motion that we go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2, 3711A1 to discuss prospective appointees to various boards and commissions, and to discuss prospective candidates for employment, city attorney, and appointment.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Any discussion? All right, seeing no lights, Ms. Best, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Oh, no, she is getting voted this time, yes. Phew. Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Counselor Holloway, a motion to go into closed.
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't
That's
hear
okay,
you.
it's okay.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Motion to go into close, 7-0.
Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Are there any discussion? All right, seeing no lights, Ms. Best, roll call, please.
I don't believe that Mayor Bennett has joined yet.
Okay.
I don't know if we need to.
Well, we're just coming out of closed session.
Okay. Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham. Mayor Bennett, are you there? Okay, Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 to come out of closed.
Okay. Can you please do the certification?
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D were only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 on certification.
I'm here.
Oh, you're there. Thank you, Mayor Bennett. Mayor Bennett, that was the certification?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I was also online for the motion to come out of close, and I did say yes, but I don't think you could hear. I
Okay,
had Mm-hmm.
gotcha. I marked you as voting to come out of closed also. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there a motion to appoint Patricia Dosty to the Board of Zoning Appeals, Susan Alades to the Architecture Review Board, Rita Joyner to the Downtown,
Separately.
all 4 of them separately?
That's what I thought Janice had asked you for.
Really?
You wanted, okay. Is there a motion to appoint Patricia Dosty to the Board of Zoning Appeals?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Gore. Any discussion? None. Ms. Best, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, is there a motion on the floor to approve Susan Alades for the Architecture Review Board?
So moved.
All right, I'll second it. Motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Any discussion? None. Ms. Best, roll call.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, is there a motion to approve Rita Joyner for the Downtown Design Review Committee?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Gore. Any discussion? All right, seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton, Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Is there a motion on the floor to approve Dr. Stephen Rockenbach to the Historic Preservation Committee?
So moved.
Motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Denton. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, Ms. Best, roll call.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton, Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, is there a motion on the floor to approve Heather Bennett to the school board?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Mayor Bennett. Any discussion? All right, seeing no lights, roll call, please, Ms. Best.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
No.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
No.
Motion passes 4-3.
All right. Moving into our work session, Mr. Altman, Ms. Griffin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This evening, we wanted to give an update on the CARES money that was expended, and then also have a conversation about the upcoming ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funds. Yeah. So there's information in your packet, but I prepared a brief PowerPoint this evening.
So which one do you want us to look at?
CARES.
I know, which packet? The one you gave us?
Yeah, the one that was
Tonight.
handed out this evening.
So don't look at the one in the packet at all?
Yeah, I took what was in the packet, made a PowerPoint out of it to make it a little bit more friendly. So, as council is aware, we were allocated 2 rounds of CARES money, 1,900,000. It was about $3.9 million total that we were allocated over the two rounds of $3,931,136 between the 2 rounds of allocations of June and July and then August. We utilized those funds upon council's approval of the first round. We began implementing, and of course, for the second round, we utilized those funds, and council had asked for us to come back and give an overview of some of the big items, bigger things, not necessarily all the little things that we bought, but big things. So just quickly, on my behalf, and then this Griffin and Mr. Ward have some presentations on the Hopewell CARES program that we did. So as council's aware, we did PPE distribution across the city. So we did door-to-door distribution of PPE kits to all the households, to 11,997 households in the city. We also then held some drive-in events for residents after the citywide distribution went door-to-door. We then dropped back to do drive-in events. Through the drive-in efforts, we did distribute another 2,139 kits to residents. And then we also opened a call center in conjunction with a lot of our neighboring communities in the Crater Health District to help provide assistance to Crater Health District. We opened a call center to assist our citizens with questions about COVID, questions about when testing events were occurring, and different things that may come up. We coordinated with Crater Health, and I think we handled over 4,000 calls. Next slide.
I want the whole thing. It's coming.
So with that, we operated our hotline call center out of the recreation department. You have a picture of that here. We trained our staff, primarily Parks and Rec personnel. As you all know, when we closed the buildings to the public, we then reallocated staff to different tasks during that time. So a lot of them became call takers. We answered over 6,804 calls during that time. And we were able to help a great number of citizens, but I think this was one of our, we were able to stand it up pretty quickly, maybe within a week's time. We created got our own number, a new number, put it out there, and we're able to get this up and running again as an assistance to Crater Health District. But I think it was better that we were dealing with and assisting our citizens. And when it came down to, and will be another slide up further, but when we did testing, which is the next slide, go ahead back. You can go to the next slide.
The next one.
Yeah. So, no, one back. When we did our testing events here, citizens would call into our call center, and we would get them registered to help with over testing. So again, one of the things that we did was we provided public access to testing. We coordinated and hosted events here in the city with to support Crater Health District. We utilized, here in the picture, there's the old bank at Cavalier Square that we utilized the drive-through bays in order to do testing. We also negotiated a contract with Jeanette Works to provide testing services when Crater Health was unavailable to provide testing. So we paid for additional testing for our citizens. And then we provided return to work and at-work testing to mission essential city employees through Jeanette Works also. So again, to date, we tested over 1,200 people and continue to offer testing clinics, and they're more on a demand basis now. Fortunately or unfortunately, there was a high demand for testing during the Omicron outbreak, and that's waning now. I think we've had a couple testing events, and Bennett, correct me if I'm wrong, that we've canceled because no one has signed up for. So we use some of our CARES Act funds to support that effort. Next slide. We also use those funds to help with COVID vaccinations. So we were fortunate enough that the ownership of Cavalier Square let us use the old Gorman's clothing store, and we set that up in conjunction again with Crater Health District to utilize that as a regional vaccination site. So we handled the site prep was handled by staff. We used we did some of the supplies, but also Crater brought in supplies. Our Office of Emergency Management coordinated the staff and volunteers from all the city departments and community volunteers to assist Crater Health and their Medical Reserve Corps to operate the vaccination events that we had there on site. We did a lot of events there for Hopewell and Prince George residents and did a lot of events for both school systems there. Additionally, we had support to include traffic flow, and that was one of the reasons we picked the spot because of the ample amount of trafficking from a logistics standpoint, getting people in and out. And then we did provide over 5,800 vaccinations, and we continue to offer now weekly vaccination efforts through Crater Health at our Hopewell Health Department. Some of the things that we did from a command and control perspective is we updated some staffing models to deal with additional workload that were brought on by the pandemic. Obtained and installed some software and implemented new work models. I think the one thing that everyone learned was we learned how to work differently through this whole process. We also learned very quickly at the beginning that there were no right answers and that the rules changed almost constantly. So we would meet in the morning, have a game plan. By afternoon, new set of rules came out. We'd have to re-meet. So from a command and control perspective, we were always having those briefings, and a lot of what we were able to do was we began to implement Zoom. We were having virtual meetings with staff and briefings with others, and of course, council meetings going virtual during that time. We remotely managed the meetings and provided regular interval briefings to city staff and industrial partners, also providing council weekly updates on well, actually, we were doing dailies for a long time, and then we moved to weeklies on what the status of things were here in the city. So we did over 250 briefings with our staff and industrial partners here in the city. We also purchased a portable highway sign to help use for traffic flow when we did distribution events and testing events. And then we did upgrade some equipment and technology in our EOC. As everyone will remember, we were unfortunate enough to have an emergency event during the pandemic, so we weren't able to all sit in the EOC like we traditionally were. We had to make some upgrades to our EOC and spread people out and spread them in different rooms within the fire department. So some of our expenses went to those renovations there and equipment that needed to be purchased. Next slide. One of the things that we also had an issue with is sheltering. So we were managing a shelter, a small homelessness shelter. When COVID hit, we weren't allowed to put people in a congregate setting. So we then had to look at, well, what happens if we have an actual event, natural disaster, where we need to do sheltering? So we went out, and one of the items that was council approved was this purchase of the 3-phase 480 volt portable generator, which could provide power to as our primary shelter at the high school. Up until this point in time, we haven't been able to use the high school as our primary shelter. We were using the Hopewell Community Center. Now with this portable generator, we're able to use the high school and power almost everything that we need to have the shelter there, which we have not had in the past. It was this was a huge thing. Plus, just knowing that we had the emergency event with the water company, not knowing, so that's why we felt the purchase was necessary and would help us in the long run. And we ended up getting it and setting it all up prior to hurricane season, so we were prepared if we did have a natural disaster that we would be able to provide mass shelter as a result of now having the generator. And that generator serves as a backup to City Hall, the police station, and is housed over at our fire station. Next. One of the items that council was, and we presented and council approved, was our small business recovery program. We allotted over $1 million through the two funding cycles to small businesses in the city. So our grant program provided over $720,000 in grant funds to 137 businesses. The grant awards were either a total of $5,000 or $10,000 over the two cycles. So if you received funds the first time, you got funds the second time. We also did a small business marketing program. We were able to assist 26 businesses, helping them develop marketing plans, and then also providing $2,500 apiece to those businesses to begin to implement a portion of their business plan or marketing plan. And then lastly, we did shop local advertising. Petersburg Area Tourism developed 2 TV ads for us during the time about shop local, and then were able to place some print advertisement in regional magazines about shopping local. Parks and Recreation, they seem to kind of outside of the work that we were doing through fire. Parks and Rec was our other workforce department in this instance, you know, the manning the phones, but we all work with schools where we built outdoor pavilions, because at one point in time we were talking about outdoor classrooms with return to school. So we built 3 pavilions. There were 3 pavilions installed at each elementary school, which can now be used for either outdoor education, phys ed, or social distancing, but now the schools are also using them for shelter. And we supported other special events and extracurricular activity functions with the schools. We did a walk to win in outdoor tutoring with Hopewell School Systems. We had 375 participants there. Programs offered weekly at various school sites, and they were staffed by our park and rec staff. And then finally, we had the CARES child care program, where 90 students were served through a program with schools that was a duration of 14 weeks. It was held at Patrick Copeland, and Recreation did coordinated activities and afternoon child care facilitation by our staff there. And then other investments we did we invested in our downtown. We began with our downtown Wi-Fi. We had facility upgrades. We did air scrubbers in all the city buildings. We also have the air purifier here in council chambers, and then one in the back. Sneeze guards, which we have up through various offices. We installed temperature scanners at the doors just to support our COVID protocols. And then we installed security cameras.
Excuse me, Mr. Marsh, can you speak up louder? Some people can't hear you.
Okay. So the facility upgrades we did was we installed air scrubbers on our air handling units on our buildings, at the 10 city buildings. We did the sneeze guards, temperature scanners to support our COVID protocols for entering the building on a daily basis, security cameras for City Hall, and the digital displays that you see in the building. And then we also had some server and software upgrades to support executive time, the rec management system, and our crisis management software. Executive time was to help support our telework effort with time management and time entry. And then the crisis management software, we used that when we were doing the PPE delivery in the community. We used iPads to mark off each house that received a PPE packet from us. And then finally, we did some work at our CARES office, which was the shelter. We were there we did that one. The CARES office, I'm sorry. We upgraded the equipment there, Wi-Fi, in order to host the Hopewell CARES program out of our shelter. And that's what I have for our CARES expenditure overview. Ms. Griffin and Mr. Ward have the presentations on the Hopewell CARES programs.
Are you presenting?
The first part.
Okay, you're ready.
Yep. Good evening, Chris Ward, Senior Planner in the Department of Development.
I know you have to speak in that mic. Thank you.
In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, City Council created the Hopewell Cares program that utilized funding from 3 different sources. Those sources were the CARES Act, our annual CDBG allocation, and a special CDBG allocation that we received known as CDBG CV. It was related to COVID pandemic. The city contracted with Commonwealth Catholic Charities to implement the Hopewell Cares program after we solicited interviews from 3 providers. The Hopewell Cares program consists of actually two programs. The first one is the Rent, Mortgage, and Utility Payment Assistance Program. That's the one I'm going to provide the summary for this evening. That program ran from October 2020 through May of 2021. And then the second program provided assistance for persons experiencing housing insecurity, and Ms. Griffin will provide you that summary after I'm through. I wanted to let you know that we advertise both of these programs through press releases. We contacted our list of city churches, so we contacted them both through the mail and through email. We had flyers in the city manager's weekly newsletter for the duration of the programs. Information was posted on the city website and also at social services. And lastly, our information was distributed through CASH, which is the Crater Area Coalition on Homelessness. The RMU program had a total of $258,428, and that's broken out there for you. It was $170,851 from CARES 1 and 2, $33,468 from the annual CDBG allocation, and $54,109 from CDBG CV. Those numbers do include the project delivery cost of or admin, as it's also called, $59,311. So the breakdown there on the admin costs is CARES 1 and 2, $41,796. Our annual CDBG was $6,694, and CDBG CV was $10,822. Again, the RMU program started in October of 2020 and it ended in May 2021, basically when we expended all of the funds that were allocated to it. And luckily enough, the state started up their own payment assistance program that started in May as well. So right when our program ended, the state's program began. So any citizens that had received assistance through the Hopewell Cares program were then eligible to go to the state program. The RMU program received 107 applications, totaling 271 persons, and of that it was 121 adults and 150 children. About 71, a little bit over 71% of the money requested or the assistance needed went to rent payments. The next highest went for utility payments at approximately 18%, and the remainder of requested assistance went for mortgage payment assistance at just under 11%. This is just a quick map, shows the distribution of the folks that applied for assistance, just how it was distributed across the city. And this map was developed using our building blocks software. Of the 107 applicants, we're just going to give you some quick demographics here. 96 were female, 11 were male, 77 African American non-Hispanic, 20 were white non-Hispanic, 4 white Hispanic, 3 other Hispanic, 1 African American Hispanic, 1 African American white, and 1 American Indian non-Hispanic. continuing on, of the 107 applicants, 84 were single, 19 married, 2 divorced, 1 separated, and 1 widowed. December 2020 was, out of the 8-month life of the program, was the month that had the most requests for assistance, and that month it totaled $52,894. As you can see here, nearly $40,000 of that $52,894 went to rent assistance. The next month, or the second highest month in assistance requests, was March of 2021, and that total was $30,912. Lastly, we did a quick breakdown according to ward. And you can see that wards 1 and 6 received the most assistance. Wards 2 and 5 were next. Then wards 4 and 3, and lastly, Ward 7 had the least amount of requests. I believe we also provided you a more extensive breakdown in your packet per ward. I believe you should have received that. But that's all I have for you on the rent, mortgage, and utility payment assistance program. If you have any questions.
Ms. Pelham?
Yeah, just for my, I guess, education, how did you get the breakdown of the races? Is that from the census?
It's from the intake forms.
They had all those broke down to that many American this and American that. That's the way they,
Yes, ma'am.
the
It was
government
on-
wanted you to report it.
It was noted on Commonwealth Catholic Charities intake form. That was the
Oh.
system that they used.
So that's Catholic Charities, not the state or federal government.
Correct.
Why would they be?
It does line up, though, with HUD's racial categories.
That's right.
HUD is the government, right?
Correct.
Okay, so they get it from HUD, but not the census, okay? And another question. The state program for rental assistance, how did y'all advertise for that? And do you still advertise? Or more, let people know?
So
Let citizens know?
So if people called our office and were requesting this assistance through our office, they were directed to the state program. We also distributed the flyer that was provided to us about the state programs, and it was distributed through similar means that I had mentioned earlier. It may not have been as extensively distributed that way, but it was placed in the city manager's weekly newsletter for numerous weeks. It was sent to social services. It was posted in our office, city website.
Yeah.
I don't think it didn't go to I don't think we sent it to the churches. That's the one thing that did not happen.
It's a good place to
State
send it.
program.
I mean, that would be a very good place to send it. Why? Because people call churches, and that would be,
Sure.
maybe they could at least direct them back to your number or something of that nature. So if you could do that in the future, that would be great. And do you know anything about, I spoke to a lady today who was evicted after the landlord received the monies from the government. Do you know anything, how can they be, is that legal for them to do that, to evict them after they get the subsidy? You have anyone, city manager?
I'm
Don't
not,
seem right, so I'm just asking. What do you say, Ms. Attorney?
That conclusion would be a legal conclusion, and unless someone hears, I would not suggest that conclusion be shared this evening without further information. So that would be a legal determination based on many facts that probably,
Oh, so you
Oh,
gonna
no.
get that information for me? Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am, actually, our office is, counsel to city council.
Right,
So-
but the council have a question, would you research that question? It's for a citizen that called me that was evicted after the landlord received the funding.
So generally speaking, the local government council attorney would provide, counsel to the governing body, not individual citizen, legal.
Well, the city council
legal
wanted to know
questions.
too.
Yeah, I don't have a problem
How
with
about,
it.
how about that?
Can you research and get back
Yeah.
with city council?
So we're gonna pay for that research after we
Gracious.
talked about paying.
Will you please, research it for city, so all members of council can be aware of it?
We would need some additional information so we can work with the city manager.
Okay, we'll get with you offline.
Thank you.
As far as the program goes, I don't believe that payment, if there was anything in the program that prevented someone down the road from being evicted.
Thank you.
But I'm not aware of any other information.
Okay, well, this
All
is
right.
interesting. I've heard
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
All right.
All right. Are there any other Counselor Randolph?
I'm just gonna state for the record that I don't think that we should have the attorney, looking into private matters of citizens, that we pay for our services. While I understand that that particular person may need some assistance, I'm not sure it's for us to pay for her assistance. It depends on the matter. I mean, she could have been behind in rent and got it. I mean, there's so many factors that I'm not sure you're gonna get a final answer to that question. So I just want to raise that I'm not for the interim attorney doing research for that purpose. I'm sorry.
Counselor
Oh.
Gore and then Counselor Pelham.
If you don't want to do
I'm
that.
sorry, your presentation's been hijacked.
Yeah.
The question that I have, the legal question, I thought was, is it legal for someone
Yes.
to evict someone after they have received payment? That's what I thought she was gonna be looking into, is to see if it was legal to do that, because I don't believe that you shared that you know the answer, or development has the answer to that question. So that's the legal question I thought was being asked, not to investigate if it was true. So correct me if I'm wrong, but that's why I thought they would be seeking guidance on to see legally, can someone be evicted after the city has provided them with rent payment? Correct? Is that right?
And the federal government as well.
I mean, so that, I'm just saying for clarification, but that's what I thought, and that's what I support, not investigating past that. But I think, again, offline, check into it.
Yeah,
but I
No,
think there's a legal
offline, we
question.
can, well, can I add to that? Is the fact that if any council up here does not want to be knowledgeable about something that the citizens pay all of us to know, then that's your prerogative. But these are the people that pay everybody a little salary up here, pay all these six-figure salaries for every director that we have. And if we can't know legally how to respond to them, that is very sad.
All right. Chris, Mr. Ward, will you and Ms. Griffin please continue?
Yeah, if there's no further questions for me, then Ms. Griffin will present the next part. Thank you.
I do have one question for him.
Okay.
So overall, you did your presentation, but from your perspective, with us offering this program, do you feel it was beneficial for us to have provided it? Do you see any value of us considering something else in the future, given the whole eviction issue that's coming up? Just general feedback regards to how you feel like it was utilized from a staff member that helped to oversee the program, from between you or Director Griffin.
I think the program was very beneficial. I mean, it was, we were able to essentially prevent, 251 people from being on the verge of homelessness. I mean, that was the whole intent of the program. Because people were impacted financially through COVID and may have lost their job and couldn't make payments, this program stepped in and took over, was able to assist these folks to keep them housed. I think that's a huge benefit to the city. your next part was, should it continue as a
Well,
program?
look at a spin-off of that with the eviction study that we are signing up for.
Right, so I think that's a natural progression that we would go into the eviction reduction program that you all were briefed on, I think at your last meeting or very recently. And we are very excited to continue talking with Ms. Jones at home and getting something like that in place to prevent a situation like Counselor Pelham has mentioned, where someone had received assistance and was ultimately evicted. With this program that Ms. Jones and Home wants to bring to Hopewell, we hopefully can minimize that as much as possible.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Mrs. Griffin?
Thank you, Chris. I also want to publicly acknowledge Kiki Cody. She is the program manager for the Housing Insecurity Assistance Program, pretty much homelessness, and Kiki is here tonight. Kiki, wave your hand. She does an excellent job, and yes, it is her job, but she goes over and beyond
Yes, she does.
the call of duty. So we invited her here tonight in case you all have more detailed questions about homelessness, and she's able to answer those. My presentation will just be on housing insecurity assistance. First, I wanted to talk to you about the purpose of this program. It was to protect vulnerable populations from COVID-19, and the presumption was that if someone was homeless or about to be evicted and were going to be homeless, that they were vulnerable and could have a higher propensity to contract COVID-19. And therefore, money was given for those people not to be homeless. It was also to provide safe, decent, quality housing, to help clients sustain permanent housing, and also to provide the clients improve the client's overall quality of life by providing wraparound services and some educational resources. And I apologize, I'm not sure why this is not coming up as just a whole presentation, but hopefully you're still able to see the screen. Congregate shelters. As Mr. Altman mentioned, we used to have the warming shelter pre-COVID-19, so this took the place of the warming shelter. We also, this program extended and expanded services to families. Through the warming shelter, it was just for singles. So this program allowed us to be able to service singles and families. And eligible payments were for hotel stays, the application fee in case there was a family who was going to be moving into a rental unit, security deposit for that rental unit, rent for that apartment, or a single-family detached home that was for rent. Identification documents. Several of those clients did not have just basic things that we would have, like vital statistic records or DMV, information and licensing. So we needed to provide them that, and I say we, Ms. Cody, had to get them that information so that they could move forward. Rent arrears. This program also allowed us to pay arrears for persons who, because of the arrears, could not get housing. And also utility payments and deposits in relation to the new apartment or the single-family detached home they were moving into. The total allocation for this program was $338,974. As of November 2021, the last time that we received an invoice, total spent is $218,759.46. This breaks down the four funding sources: CARES 1 and 2, CDBG CV, which was done in FY 2019, CDBG FY 2020, and then CDBG CV3. And if you think this is a lot, so did we. There are 4 different funding sources, and Mr. Ward did an excellent job of keeping track of this. He is like a guru on spreadsheets, and so he made sure that we kept track of all the funding. So for CARES 1 and 2, the total allocation for homelessness services is $145,890.50. All of that money has been expended. CDBG CV, you see how much we spent and the balance. CDBG FY20, the balance is $35.30. And then CDBG CV3, the balance is $105,207.58. And may ask why the jump, why we used several different sources at the same time. It's because the timing for these to be spent was different. So we wanted to utilize the money that would be, the deadline came first, and then we moved on to the next program, okay? I got a inquiry today from one of the counselors about administration costs versus direct costs. So we've broken this down. This is not in your packet. So the total allocation for the program was what I said before, $338,974. The total direct costs, $271,179.24. That's 80%. And then total indirect costs, administrative costs, $67,794.76, which is 20%. If you wanted to learn more about this, and I can provide you all with this information so you have it in front of you, hard copy, but this is the allocation for direct costs and administrative costs across all 4 funding sources. So you'll see 20% is capped for all of the programs. You see the percentage there, the administration costs for CARES, CDBG CV, CDBG FY20, and then CDBG CV3. To date, $46,991.98 has been spent for admin for the homeless program. Households served. Between October of 2020 and December of 2020, 43 households were served. Between January 2021 and November 2021, 92. Total households served, 135. And again, the last invoice is November 2021. And you may ask, why haven't you received an invoice since then? COVID-19 affected not only the world, but specifically Catholic Charities. So they are lagging behind in their invoices. And there was also someone out on maternity leave. So that is why the last one is November 2021. Services provided in 2020. Again, I listed and told you about those services, and these are the services provided from October, when the program started, to December of 2020. For the total amount in 2020 spent $36,935.17. Services provided from January 2021 to November 2021, $130,066.51. And these are the units provided and then the amount of funds distributed. Some general observations: hotel stays constituted 57% of the funds expended in 2020, and this percentage increased in 2021 to 81%. In 2020, rent payments comprised 14% of direct costs, and in 2021, 8%. Providing security deposits to help transition people from a hotel or non-permanent living situations made up 10% of the direct cost expenses. Hotel partners: Quality Inn in Prince George County, Roadway Inn at Fort Lee, in City, and Smart Move. And Smart Move is just a conglomerate of various hotels, and that was in Chesterfield County. The average cost per night was $41.60 to $60, and this totally depended on what was available at that time and what was able to be booked. Permanent housing. Permanent housing was located in Hopewell when available. Housing also was found in surrounding jurisdictions: Chesterfield, Petersburg, and Colonial Heights. Decisions were made on where to house people based on proximity to jobs, their family, resources, costs, and their availability. Approximately $120,000 remains for homeless services, and based on previous expenditures, we believe that we'll have enough money to sustain the program until June of 2022. Social services, Mr. Ray Spicer and myself have been discussing future budget needs with Commonwealth Catholic Charities to continue the program past June 2022, so that will be something that will be discussed in your budget discussions. And as of January 2022, 13 Hopewell residents are currently in hotels. That's 7 females and 6 males. Ages range from 8 months to 67 years old. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And again, Ms. Kiki Cody is here to answer specific questions.
Are there any questions for Mrs. Griffin? Okay.
No.
Seeing no lights. Thank you, Mrs. Griffin.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Altman?
Yes, sir. So, as we embark upon the American Rescue Plan Act funding that we're getting, next slide. So the city's receiving a total of $9,998,813 over what are two tranches. So we received one in May of '21 last year, and we will receive the balance this year. Hopewell was the beneficiary of lobbying to, in all of our Virginia cities were the beneficiary of lobbying to Congress to get the metropolitan allocation and the fewer of 50,000 allocation, given the independent cities also are considered an county equivalent. So that's how we got the under fewer, which would have been applied to counties. Those funds are they will come in two tranches directly from the Treasury. We did receive our first in May, which was the first payment of $4,999,406.50. The purpose of the funds is determined by ARPA are to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. To respond to workers performing essential work during COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers. For the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue due to COVID-19 to the public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to the emergency. And to make necessary investments in water, wet sewer, and broadband. So some examples of the first category, which is the uses of those funds for addressing the public health emergency, COVID-19 mitigation prevention, so contact tracing, testing, ventilation improvements, such as we did with the air handling units on our buildings, capital investments in public facilities to meet pandemic operational needs for social distancing, medical expenses, including the cost for medical expenses for individuals with long COVID, meeting behavioral health care needs, including addiction treatment due to national spike in overdose deaths, addressing disparities in public health outcomes and economic outcomes in our communities, the prevention and response to violence, and then also basically anything that the CARES Act covered. So things in the first category that we can also do continued our assistance to unemployed workers, such as job training, deposits into state unemployment insurance trust fund, loans or grants to small businesses and nonprofits to mitigate financial hardships, such as declining revenue or rent, mortgage, payroll benefits, aid to impacted industries such as, again, tourism and travel, and assistance to households such as utility assistance, counseling, legal aid to prevent homelessness, food assistance, rent, mortgage, home repairs, emergency assistance for burials, weatherization, and internet access. And there's a 4-step process in determining the eligibility of assistance for households in a qualified census tract. So the next map is a map of our qualified census tract. So our qualified census tracts are 208, 201, which is the City Point area, and the top portion of your screen, 8203, which is, we'll call it City Hall, B Village, South B Village, getting up to 15th Avenue. Then we have 206, which is the area Woodlawn and later portions, a lot of what we would consider Ward 7. 207 and would be the Heights and Delrose and Lincoln Place. And then, oddly enough, 9801, which is our industry. And these are the same as our CDBG eligible qualified tracts. So basically, if the CDBG committee consisting of Mrs. Randolph, Mrs. Holloway, Mrs. Pelham and Mrs. Bennett, Mayor Bennett, those are the eligible areas of the city to receive as a qualified census tract. So the second category of funding that we can look at deals with the essential workers. So those are the workers needed to maintaining continuity or operations of essential critical infrastructure, and then work required in the physical presence at the job site. You could pay up to $13 an hour above the salary. Maximum ARPA benefit premium payment cannot exceed $25,000 per eligible worker, and compensation prioritized for lower income eligible workers also perform essential work. Some of those categories of essential workers are healthcare workers, public health and safety, childcare, education, sanitation, transportation, food production service, and the payments in this category have enhanced reporting requirements. The third category it deals with revenue reduction. So what is that? It's our reduction in revenues measured relative to the previous fiscal year prior to the emergency. So this is a change from the first briefing we did, where there was a formula that we could use to calculate our lost revenue. We can still use that formula, but now in the final rules that Treasury have put out in January, which we are allowed to use now, they become effective on April 1st, and they're in your packet. You can take a standard allowance of $10 million as lost revenue. So we could claim our entire ARPA allotment as lost revenue and reallocate it to government services. So in the Treasury, again, has provided a methodology which we used the first time, which we calculated at $3.2 million of lost revenue. So revenue replacements, for the purpose of revenue replacement category, we're looking at general revenue only. So that excludes any refunds, proceeds from an insurance debt or sale of investments, utility income. The Treasury's formula that is a predetermined 4.1% of annual growth. So they just sit across the board. Even if you had less money if you're looking at our formula, we're just going to assume everyone's growth rate was 4.1%. So this is the steps for calculation which we used to result in that $3,255,162 of lost revenue. But again, we can weigh that now against declaring the entire amount as lost revenue. So examples of governmental services: construction of schools and hospitals, road building and maintenance, other infrastructure, general government administration staff and administrative facilities, modernization of cybersecurity, health services, environmental remediation, school and educational services, and the provision of police, fire, and other public safety services. We can't use it to replenish our financial reserves. We can't use it to pay any interest or principal on any debt. Expenses associated with the financial indebtedness for borrowed money, satisfaction of a judgment or a settlement, and judicially confirmed debt restructuring in a judicial, administrative, or regulatory proceedings. We can't use it for those things. The fourth category and final category is that of infrastructure. So water infrastructure projects must be aligned with any types or categories of the projects eligible for financial assistance through EPA's Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund or the Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund. So in sewer projects may include the construction of publicly owned treatment infrastructure, including infrastructure which manages and treats stormwater or subsurface drainage water and facilitate water reuse. Treasury is encouraging the use of recovery funds for projects that improve drinking water infrastructure, consolidate or establish drinking water systems, support cybersecurity for the protection of water or sewer infrastructure, so there's SCADA systems that are used, and then support efforts to address climate change and relief in cases of natural disaster. The final piece of the infrastructure is broadband. So these projects are designed to provide service to unserved and underserved households and businesses. Unserved and underserved household or businesses means one or more household or business that are not currently served by a wireline connection that reliably delivers at least 25 megabytes per second download speed and 3 megabytes per second upload. Eligible broadband projects must meet those reliability or exceed symmetrical 100 megabytes upload and download speeds. And if the required speeds cannot be achieved, then the project would be expected to meet or exceed the 100 megabyte download at a minimum of 20 megabytes upload speed would be scalable. So payments from the ARPA funds can be used only to cover costs incurred by the local government by December 31st of 2024. So we have to obligate the funds by 2024, and then we have to spend them by 2026. And an obligation in the Treasury's definition is order is placed for the property or and services entering into contracts, sub-awards. So we have to have everything signed on the dotted line. We don't have to necessarily have received it, but we have to have entered into the agreement for the service by the 31st of 2024. And they can't be used, again, for rainy day funds, so we can't plug our bank account and make it sound a little bigger. We can't provide tax cuts with the funds. That was part of they did not want people cutting taxes and then using them to replace lost revenue. Any payment of interest or the principal of the debt, again, any fees associated with issuance of debt and any settlement or judgment. So we do interim reporting to include expenditures by category from the date of the award for July 31st of 2020. First report was submitted. And then because we're a smaller community, we don't have the same level of reporting requirements that larger communities do. So larger communities are doing quarterly reports. I think we're having to only do annual reports. So let's get into the meat of what I'm looking at as part of the proposal. And you've got a couple of corrected slides at your seat. So we're looking at funding to help us with the mitigation and prevention of COVID-19. So that primarily is looking at testing for employees that become infected. We have been purchasing testing kits that are administered by our fire department, and then the results are taken to a lab. So that $30,000 will continue to address those efforts on our employees' behalf. Park improvements at 3.5 Street, Westwood Park, and Atwater Park. Those are the next 3 parks up on our CIP for renovation work to be done. And that ties into the public health. There's the link between public health and utilization of parks during COVID was shown in one of the things that you can spend your money for. Then looking at the Department of Development and renovations that we talked about previously downstairs in the old police department space as a way of addressing renovations from a COVID perspective. Looking at doing potentially another round of business recovery grants at $500,000. And then council did approve, I think 2 meetings ago, we had a virtual meeting where council allocated $40,000 of the money to the facade program. So that has been done. So that area, then we look at revenue reduction. When we adopted the FY22 budget, there was $375,823 that we took from capital to move into our operating budget to address some issues. So that lost revenue council agreed to in the 22 budget process to replace with funding. So those two sources, those $2 are set. So that $410-ish thousand has already been allocated. Then we've got departmental requests, revenue reduction under the general services for provision of police and fire, vehicle replacement and purchase is one of those things. Police has a request to replace 15 vehicles. We'd look to try to do those over 2 years. So the first is to replace 7 vehicles with new vehicles. Code enforcement needs to replace some vehicles at 2 this time. Then we again have the support of the courthouse phone system and their circuit court AV at $40,000. The system at the court, the phone system at the court, and I'm sure our sheriff can attest to it, he's here this evening, is not in very good shape. We've been working with them for a number of years as we were looking at our phone upgrade and our system upgrade to implement it. I haven't heard from the judge yet as to whether he's really bothered by it, but we are trying to get out in front of it. And as a revenue reduction, we can utilize the funds to address the phone system and audiovisual improvements to the circuit court that the judge actually did meet with me about. We funded about half of that, $49,000 of that through a grant that we received from DCJS. This would finalize that and allow us to complete that upgrade. The city marina improvements are a placeholder. I know we have that later on our agenda, so I put dollars there in case council wanted to do something with that issue, not knowing what that might be. Then $450,000 to solidify our downtown broadband initiative, and then another $1 million to expand our city Wi-Fi. So that brings us, these are the total amounts, of what the allocation, all of these dollars add up to the $4,671,323, minus out of that from our allocation. There's still $328 remaining for council to do something with if you choose. I will say I did receive a request from City of Refuge for assistance. The total amount of assistance they requested, it was $471,000 to further their program and some of their needs. And if council were to choose, that substance abuse programming is something that you could spend your funding on. So that's what I have thus far for a suggestion moving forward. Happy to answer any questions. If there are any thoughts on other programs that you would like to see, happy to answer that.
All right, Counselor Gore and then Counselor Pelham.
Thank you. I know we're not necessarily taking action tonight on this,
No.
but I think it's really important to get through the budget cycle as well to have a better understanding about some of the other requests. And looking at what some other communities have done, they've held public meetings to ask the community what they would like to invest in. And I think we should do the same thing to hear back from what people might find to be important, and also use this as an opportunity to think differently than what we have historically, to think bigger because we have more resources and funding to accomplish things we would not have had before. And I think we've already seen that when it comes to the broadband project with downtown and some other things we've done. So I really think that before we make some decisions, we really should do a community effort, whether it be with POCO online and sprinkling it in person meetings, to let the public think big and then to give us unfiltered, ideas that they want to see, and let us take that back to see what we can look at.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes, and I don't see anything that directly will improve the life of the citizens.
Nope.
Anything in particular that you recommend?
Well, I would say that the improvements of our parks is a direct reflection and to the health of our citizens, and what we found during the CARES portion, and that a lot of our citizens were going out to parks to get out and get out. So that there, I mean, we see that, there is limited, and I would remind that there's still another $4,900,000 coming to address issues. We also have a backlog of capital program projects that we continue to fall behind the curve on. And this, for me, this is an opportunity to address some of those and address some of the issues in the community. And certainly, we're happy to do some in-person meetings and do a poll out there and run that for a month or more, however, during the duration of while we're doing our public meetings. But this is again, this is a starting point. We're not asking for any action. I make an assumption that we come in this evening and there's going to be thoughts from individual members of council that they would like to see that we can then begin to work into the plan. And not only this portion of the money, but remember in May, in a few months, we will receive the other half. So we could, there's more that we'll be able to do with these funds.
What, is it our sole responsibility to take care of the courthouse and not the state, since they're a state entity?
It's our building. It's
So
our
they have
building.
no-
The state typically.
Phone is not the phone system is not.
It's our phone system. And we built the building. The state will provide, Supreme Court provides assistance to, if I remember correctly, in talking to the judge, General District Court gets some assistance, but Circuit Court doesn't get any assistance from the
So whatever assistance they have you inquired about how much they can offset some
Well,
of these costs that you're recommending?
Well, the improvements in the circuit courtroom, they can't, none of those dollars that JDR would get could go. there.
Courthouse phone system, can you?
So the phone system, we've explored those avenues. There's not gonna be a funding source to help replace the phone system. It's gonna come from us because it's our building and our responsibility to maintain the systems there. They do provide support for servers for General District Court, but the phone system is not one of those things. And we have some work that we need to do in order to help General District Court get some of the items done, like they want to do, they have funding for monitors that display the cases, what their time, because of the antiquated system we have over there with the wiring and lack of good Wi-Fi, they're not unable to implement that at this point. So we're just trying to make those implementation. And again, as I've said, I haven't heard from the judge as whether he's aggravated or upset with us yet. And I don't want to, so I'm trying to get out in front of it. He and I have a good relationship, and we did sit down and have a long conversation with our circuit court clerk, our Commonwealth attorney, and the former sheriff about the audiovisual improvements that he would like to see. We then again pursued the grant, got $49,000 in funding, a little bit more than half of what's needed to make those. But we can continue to explore to see if the state has any funding for it. But at this point, our efforts to date have shown us that there aren't any dollars available.
And the vehicle replacements, do you have information, I'm sure, on the mileage of the vehicles? Code enforcement, they just ride around the city, right? I mean, why would they need two new vehicles?
So
Y'all do.
One, so yes, we can get mileage.
11 square miles.
We can, we can get mileage, but we also have to remember the majority of the vehicles we bought for code enforcement were already used when we purchased them. They weren't new with 0 miles on them. We bought used, and particularly, I know during my time, and I think since then, because you were given an allocation of this is the amount of money you get, and they may need 2 vehicles, so then they have to go and stretch it to get those 2 vehicles, which cause you to then get into the used car market, and you inherit that and those issues that come with it.
So
Our police cars have most of them have 100,000 miles on them, and those are typically hard miles. So
I can understand that, but can you give us the mileage of the code enforcement vehicles?
yes, ma'am.
And also, why did you reduce the business opportunities? Because that was up, wasn't that up? Didn't we give them $750,000 last time?
So we allocated a total of $1 million
That's- I know
towards the
something
program
more
between the 2 grant cycles.
Right.
So this was $500,000 for this one. If you wanted to do another $500,000 with the second half of the money, just dividing it over as opposed to taking it all out of one, trying to stretch the dollars as much as we could.
Well, I know, but maybe to try to save businesses, we need to do it maybe up front, just a consideration to my peers. And then if we don't have to give anything the second half, but people bleeding at their arms now,
Yeah.
so.
Well, I don't want to sound like a broken record. The second half of the funds will be here in May. So it's March now, April, May. And if we're going to do public outreach, we may be in May before we allocate the funds. So at that point in time, you could do it all.
And I would take like Councilor Gore, if we can extend something, what can we do for senior citizens and or veterans and or just our average citizen, Joe Blow and Jane Blow, to give them some type of relief, because they're the reason we're here and we never give back, seems like. And they hurt too. I mean, helping the ones that are in need is one thing, but everybody's hurting with COVID. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, before I call on Counselor Gore, is there anyone else that would like to speak for the first time?
Oh, wait.
Okay, Counselor
I just-
Randolph?
I just want to request that the clerk put all this information on our shared drive, if she would.
On a what?
Share drive.
A shared drive?
Our shared drive.
All right, before I call on you, Counselor Gore, Ms. Holloway, Mayor Bennett, do you either of y'all have anything?
I do not, thank you.
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Counselor Gore?
Mr. Altman, just to get a point of clarity, I think it was last meeting or meeting before last when I asked us for us to look at business grants. So could this, and work with development office on that, so could the opportunity feed into this as opposed to the budget?
Well, yeah. So one of the things that you can use, I was trying to, you caught me on it. So yes, one of the things that you can use the funding for is business assistance. So, I mean, actually specifically when we had the conversation at that meeting, we were talking about facade.
Yeah.
Facade programs are specifically mentioned in the guidance. So yes, we could
Yeah.
look at that
'Cause I
as
really-
opposed to, so the legacy grant program, we can look to those.
'Cause there was some
that
question-
type of program, I would say.
Yeah, because there was feedback like, well, we already have this, and what I'm looking at is trying to help the niche businesses, like veteran-owned businesses, women-owned businesses,
Right.
that category that's unique and actually has a hard time getting financing and other things
Right.
that's not readily available. So maybe to address some of the concerns I heard from my peers, potentially I can look at this as an option instead
Yes.
with development. And then my other thing is, I kind of think Councilor Plum kind of touched on what I was talking about. For me, my concern is helping working class families as well, because there's so many resources for those who are in poverty, but we're all, well, not say all, most people are paycheck away. And throughout COVID, there's a lot of resources given out, but also it's the ones who are working that sometimes didn't get anything. And so to those families, I want to make sure that we pay attention to make sure there's something given to those who are in that in between, right? We're working, we pay our groceries, pay our bills, pay our taxes, but then we make too much to get other resources.
Right.
We don't make enough, so it's all that middle category. And we're the ones that have been really hit the hardest during COVID. And so I think that's really important to remember. And then also with the broadband in particular, I know that was for some of the low-income areas, which is fine. I support that for many reasons, but in particular my community and Cameron's Land and Kit-Packs all the way down. We don't get that. We don't get broadband.
Yeah. Well,
We don't get free internet.
Yeah,
So, I mean, like, the farmer's market, we don't get that. I mean, so on this other side of Hopewell, where it's strictly residential, I have not one business, trying to say that in terms of businesses in
Right.
my ward. And so all these different perks, I have the working class families in my district.
Yeah.
I'm not saying everybody else does it, but I'm saying predominantly I have all residential. I'm the only ward that has all residential.
Right.
And you look at the income differences, we're missing out on stuff too, but we're struggling just as much as everybody else is.
Yeah,
And so I want to make sure that there's something for that.
Okay, I got you.
All right, if no one else has any lights, I'm gonna make a few comments myself. I do agree with Counselor Gore on doing public outreach. And I think that what we'll probably end up getting from the residents would probably end up being a few changes from what's being proposed. Because I do think, like Counselor Pelham said, that we need to do more in our neighborhoods. Especially since for so long we've deferred capital projects, we've deferred maintenance. And personally, I know most people think I'm a one-track mind, but I'd like to see us finish funding out the stormwater resiliency plan. We've got 2 projects left on there that actually have cost estimates. Fund out the Heretic Avenue project where we can reduce the amount of sinkholes that we're seeing in the Farmingdale neighborhood. We can also do funding over on North 6th Avenue, so that way we can reduce a lot of the flooding that we have along that business district and on Broadway, around City Hall, the post office, Randolph Market, that area and that whole neighborhood, that we can tackle that. But one thing that I really would love to see on here is something I think that every counselor has talked positively about, and that's moving forward with LED lighting in our neighborhoods. I know, Mr. Altman, you said that you're probably going to put that in the second round, but I'd much rather see that done in the first round. And let's start fast tracking that, because I think that it ends up, helping with the public safety aspect. We've got a great chief, deputy chief, and team that's rolling out a lot of great initiatives, And I think if we, end up working towards increasing lighting, then, one, we can get better descriptions of people that do bad things,
Right.
commit crimes, and we just make neighborhoods just feel safer. And so I would really love to see those items added in here.
And the cost estimate for that we received from Dominion was, I think, $280,000 and 700, like 280 and
That's all.
700 some change for the conversion, because we're saving money.
Right.
So there's a cost savings there. So that was 2 years ago. So let's just say it's 300,000 to do it. So, and we can, so the key there is for everybody their minds are turning, their gears are turning. So you can't just go in and do the whole city at one time.
Right.
We've got a limited number that we can do per a work order, so we would have to schedule that out with Dominion. But let's just say for right now, the cost of increase, call it $300,000 to do it. We can update that figure for you, but you still have that amount of money. Even if we just say you did it today, what we proposed, you'd still have that amount of money that you could then allocate towards that. So I think that's there. And I have that project in my mind for the next phase of money. And again, broken record, which is May, 2 months away. So,
Yeah.
and just so everybody understands and the community understands, we don't have to obligate it or have it obligated until December 31st, 2024. So this is not CARES. We were doing a
Rush.
Right.
fast as fast can be, and you felt like you were missing something. We can sit back. We have time. As long as we have it obligated and ready by the end of 2024, and we spend it by the end of 26, we'll be fine.
Right.
So this isn't a rush. This is actually nice because you can sit back and think about it, which is what we didn't have the option of in CARES until the end, when they decided, oh, well, by the way, we're going to give you another year to spend all your money, when we had all rushed to get it out the door because of the deadline. Then they gave us more time. So this is a much better approach, and obviously we're very thankful to Congress, and we're particularly thankful to the Virginia delegation for arguing the point on independent cities and getting the additional funding for all of us here in Virginia. So next time you see Senator Warner or Kane, Delegate Congressman McKeachin, give him a thank you for that, because we got more money than we would have gotten.
A lot more.
All right, Ms. Pelham?
And also thinking outside the box, the one thing that encumbers the riches of the rich and the poorest is our trash collection. Whatever we can do for recycling and pickup or whatever, if there's no penalties for our current contractor to be incentivized to do something, we need to do something, because I'm sure all of us have gotten those complaints over and over.
Every
So
day.
we need to think about something, because it's not working.
There's
And
I thought he was looking at Colonial Heights.
So, yeah.
what was your question? I'm sorry.
I thought he was looking at Colonial Heights to
Right.
go on the back of that contract so
Well,
we can let them go.
So CVWMA represents us in the region. So they represent Hopewell, Petersburg, Colonial Heights,
Right.
and Ashland, the town of Ashland, and some other communities. But those contracts are up. Colonial Heights contract is up June 30th of 23. Ours is June 30th of 24. They've already bid the service out. They have not a low bidder, but they were ready to award a contract. They're working through that process. So Colonial Heights being the first community that would be transitioned to the new contract, the way that CVWMA worded the bid was that the contracts could be awarded on or before our contract end date. So if that's the case, we would have to have a conversation about terminating our contract early, what may come of that, to move to the new vendor earlier. But, certainly that's a conversation that we can have as things get wrapped up at CVWMA.
24 is a long time.
Absolutely.
And so my point being that in the contract that the authority that does the contracting, as long as they have something in there to say what's the penalty for non-performance. I think that's where we missed the boat last time. They missed the boat,
Well,
we allowed them to.
So and I'm not gonna I'm not gonna put Ms. Giles on the spot tonight. I will say that, Ms. Hudson and I have had this conversation about performance, and the question that she posed was, did the trash get picked up? Yes. It may not have
No.
gotten picked up timely, but it got picked up. So the service that was paid for was received. We will argue a different way, but I think we've got to work through those issues. And trust me,
She doesn't have my telephone number when I'm getting the call, so I really
no,
don't
I,
wanna hear that.
and I was gonna say, believe me, we receive, I'm sure like y'all, it's not Monday or Tuesday, it's every day of the week. Phone calls, emails, whether it's recycling or trash pickup. There is, and not to defend, our two providers at the moment, but this isn't unique to us. It's across the region, across the state, across the nation. There are issues with trash delivery and pickup and recycling as a result not only just of COVID, but of driver availability, because other places are paying more and people are leaving, you know.
So, so my
so-
question is, think about what we can do
Mhm.
to lighten that burden on citizens so they don't have to worry about rodents and everything for trash
Right.
being just out there.
Absolutely. I don't know that there's anything we can do here because of the way the contract is set up. But we need to have that conversation about that contract, probably back to back first, and what we want to do at a future date so we can take advantage of it. Because I can attest that this is a daily occurrence for Mrs. Pershing all day
Yeah, I
long.
know she,
You know, and
overwhelmed.
I get phone calls, we all get phone calls, and we're all tired because this is not just a month or two, this is going on a year or more of bad service. So, believe me, it is at the top of our list of things to be looking toward and forward on.
And the other thing is to add back the rent relief and mortgage, more important, sometimes just as important for the middle class folks to pay mortgage that get behind as well. That's something that they can benefit from. All citizens probably could benefit from.
All right, Counselor Randolph?
Thank you. I think that one of the things that we will all be looking at as we move forward is a benefit to the citizens by trying not to raise taxes. I think that one of the things that we're getting ready to go into is the timing of our appropriations and the things that we will be looking at. Because we know that right now everything has gone up, including any new contracts we will get for trash and anything like that. But I wanted to say that I do have to agree with Mr. Parton that I definitely want to see the concentration of our next funding in May and any leftovers to be for capital projects that we don't seem to have the ability. And I think that will benefit every citizen because I see and hear, as you all do, every citizen griping about roads and things. I'm not going to say we put it all into storm water. Sorry, Mr. Parton. But I think that as a council, we can come up with some really good ways to improve the city, to improve the citizens' benefits that they get out of the tax dollars that they pay. If we can improve their daily life with going down the street and not running into potholes, to try and give them options. And I definitely agree with Ms. Gore that we need to, or Councilor Gore, to listen to the citizens and have that come up. But for me, I know that as somebody in banking, we are still not foreclosing on anybody. And there are many options that we are not in that industry allowing ourselves to do, because we know as well as the government has told us that we cannot, because people are suffering. So there's a lot for us to spread this money around. So for me, capital improvements would help all of us, and I would be on board with doing a fair amount of our next funding cycle or tranche in that direction. We have a lot of good nonprofits that also are going to need some money to help their services, so we have to look at how we're going to do that. Thank you.
All right. Any other lights, questions? All right, hearing none. That concludes our work session for this evening. Moving on into our regular meeting. All right. I'm going to call the regular meeting to order. Ms. Bess, will you please do roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
You have 7 present. You have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out to tonight's City Council meeting. At this time, I'd like to ask Reverend Danny Tucker to please come forward for the prayer, and then we'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilor Randolph. Please stand.
Shall we bow our heads? Most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you, dear Lord, for your presence as you watch over our city. We pray, Lord, that we will represent you, Lord, with a spirit of courage, honesty, Lord, compassion. Bless our city council, Lord, so that they may execute their duties, Lord, and do it unto your will. We praise you and we thank you, Lord, for the help that you send us. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Got lost in the sauce.
All right, at this time, do I have a motion to amend or adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
All right, the motion has been made to adopt the agenda. It's been seconded. Any discussion? I do have a friendly request. Could we move the communications from citizens before information and presentations?
Make that, do we have to make that a motion? Definitely.
We've got guests that are presenting.
Make an amendment.
Well, some of them I don't think are probably going to be here for the whole agenda.
Okay.
So would that be a
I mean, are y'all okay with that friendly amendment? Councilor
second?
Denton? Are you okay with that friendly amendment?
He's talking to you.
She said
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So the motion on the floor is to amend the agenda with moving communications from citizens before information and presentations. Ms. Bess, roll call, please.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
So, second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilor Denton, seconded by Councilor Pelham. Any discussion? All right, none. Roll call, Ms. Bess.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton, Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Mr. Parton, would you check just to make sure, is that a typo? This one says 322, that one says 222. That would be,
Can you do that? Point of order.
just check to see if that's a typo.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Okay, is that a typo?
It is.
Okay, I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure before I said anything.
Yeah, it should be 22.
Okay.
C6 should be 322,
Yes.
not 222.
Point of
Yes.
order, can they have sidebars, Mr. Attorney? Without letting us and the public know what they're talking about?
She was asking me about,
We're in the middle of a roll call is what I'm asking. Is it appropriate to stop the roll call?
It's fine.
Okay. Without the public knowing what they're talking about as well?
What I was talking about was I was asking Mr. Parton if he could check on the consent agenda on C6. There was a date of 2/22/22, which is already passed. I was asking him if he could check to see if that should be 3/22/22, a typographical error. He said yes, he could. Molly overheard and answered us.
Very good. But
So
I
there
think
you
the
go.
public the public needs to know that.
Okay,
Thank you.
at this
Make sure you're
time,
not
Ms. Best, will you
embarrassed.
please do the statement for communications from citizens?
Yes. A communication from citizens, period, limited in total time to 30 minutes is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only. Would it be vice mayor in this?
Yeah.
Presiding officer.
And there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor, vice mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal, to a majority of council.
All right, the first one that I have signed up for tonight is Evelyn Gross. All right, will you please state your name and which ward you live in?
Evelyn Gross, Ward 4. And I'm trying to get somebody to get some
Can you
attention.
speak in the mic, Ms.
All right.
Gross?
I'm trying to get somebody's attention, just like Mrs. Pelham was saying, you know, like elderly people, we don't have no help, you know. What are you doing? I want to know where the money is. That's all I want to know. What are y'all can allocate it to go anywhere y'all want to. Help the people. Y'all can get up committees, make up a committee to help pay everybody's bill, okay? Y'all got the money. You know, why can't we give a daggone a stimulus check? Everybody else is getting, y'all got the money. What the heck is going on? I am so livid. I'm so ticked off at all of what y'all going through. Y'all don't understand about the people, okay? The people. I'm hurting like heck, you know, because I had to watch my sisters, a couple of them last week. I had to go attend the funeral for 2 young men, okay? Killed, okay? Nobody's ain't saying nothing. Nobody ain't doing nothing. You got to start with the youth, okay? Get off your bus and get out in the world. God, Jesus said, go behind the highways and the byways. Don't just sit there and do something about it, you know? It's frustrating because I have to cry every night. I pray for the last past 2 years, okay? It's hard, you know, seriously, especially when I'm by myself and I have to deal with all this crap that's going on. Yes, I do. It affects me personally. Jesus said it in Matthew 25:40. People don't know, don't understand, okay? Read the Bible sometime. Don't be the revolving door Christians. Come in and go out and don't understand, don't know God, okay? You don't know who God is. If you do, y'all wouldn't be the crap that's happening right now with the city. It wouldn't be like that. I'm tired, okay? I'm frustrated. And especially that daggone sewer bill. What the hell? Why the hell I gotta pay $26 extra, okay? Then I gotta pay like $5 taxes when the daggone bill was only supposed to be $13. This is what they said when they departed. So why can't the water company get back together and get it together, okay? Because this is too much. It's too much for me anyway. You know, I'm tired of struggling. I'm tired of crying and praying and hoping that people will understand. In all supplications, pray for wisdom and knowledge, but most of all, pray for understanding. That's what it's lacking. Understanding. Young people just don't understand. They don't have a clue what's going on. They don't know who God is, okay? They believe they are God, you know, because they don't see him, they don't believe him, you know? But I'm a living witness, okay? God is real, okay? Y'all need to get it together. Don't go to church and come back out the same way you went in. Learn something, okay? That's all I ask, you know, because everybody acting like they stupid or crazy or something like that, you know. Look at the people, okay?
Ms. Gross.
Serve the people, okay? Serve the people.
Ms.
Ms.
Gross,
Yeah.
you've exhausted your 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
At this time, Tony George.
Good evening. My name is Tony George, and I live in Ward 6. And I came here tonight because I wanted to see what was some of the things that was going on. As I looked at the monitor and saw the programs that y'all want to do and improvements, and that's fine. I'm for all improvements. But I've been living here all my life, except for a few years. And where I live, in DuPont Gardens, 2008 Liberty Avenue, the streets have not been fixed in over 30-some years. All they do is come down and patch up the streets. The only street that has been fixed is Stewart Avenue. Oh, our streets be tore up, but they come and patch it up. But then when you go to the other neighborhoods, including the white neighborhoods, their streets are fine. But we have to beg, and it's not because I haven't talked to Ms. Pelham about it, about our streets. It's been going on for years, and nothing is ever done. But y'all want to allocate money for the marina, allocate money for the parks, and that's fine. I'm not against that. But we can't drive on the park. You know what I'm saying? So our streets need to be fixed too, so that's all I'm asking. And the drainage system, when it rains, it's clogged up because the drains need fixing. So I would appreciate if y'all could allocate some of that money to fix our neighborhood like y'all fix y'all's. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, Denise Randall. Denise Randall? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Denise Randall, and I'm in Ward 5. And my complaint also is about the street. It's on Cedar Level Road. I feel like that needs some type of shoulder. About a month ago, there was a bad accident. And I know the people out there till like 4 o'clock in the morning trying to clean up. Somebody, I don't know if they ran into each other or what, but something happened. But I fear when I do have to come down that street, because it's just a 2-lane, and it's so, the road is so narrow, and then that curve on Cedar Level, it needs to be widened out. And also, we need more street lights. That's my concern. Thank you.
All right, the next name, I believe it's Elaine Allen. Ms. Allen?
Earlene.
Oh, okay.
My name is Evelyn Allen. I live on 1818 Stewart Avenue. I've been there for 49 years. They fixed the street up about a year and a half ago, and the streets look real nice, real nice since they fixed it up. But I have a problem. When it rains, all the water run right down in my driveway. And I'm 84 years old, and I got to step over into the grass on the concrete to look in my mailbox. And sometimes I got to hold on to the fence. I'm scared I might fall. But I've been calling down to the city. I talked to Ms. Deborah Person. She said she'll turn the work order in. But nobody came out to talk to me, and nobody came out to do anything. So I'd like to get somebody to come out and check it out. Thank you.
All right, next person is Kiki Cody.
She's gone.
Okay. Next one is Brian Solida. No? Okay. Then the last name that we have for tonight is Carl Bottom.
He's gonna need a waiver.
Thank you very much. My name is Carl Bottom. I live at 2608 Lee Street in Ward 3. I would like to ask City Council to please waive the rules so that I can speak on an item that is on the agenda for tonight, please.
Is there a motion to?
So move.
So moved.
Wherever it is. Free
All right.
country.
Motion's been made and seconded. Ms. Bess, will you please do roll call?
Counselor Holloway,
Repeat the motion, please.
To waive the rules for communications from citizens and allow Mr. Bottom to speak on an item that's on the agenda.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. Again, my name is Carl Bottom. I moved to Hopewell about 5 years ago. I purchased a home in Ward 3. I have 2 vehicles. I also have a boat at the marina. What I'd like to speak to you about is the plans for the upgrade of the marina, or actually the elimination of the marina totally from Hopewell. I kind of get off on the wrong foot because as I look up here, I see a ship as a logo for Hopewell. Well, we're talking about doing away with that ship by eliminating the marina. I am speaking on behalf of the slip holders at the marina. We all attended last night a meeting which was very informative, and I would like to thank Aaron for holding that question and answer session. It was very informative, and it gave us an outlook of what they're talking about the future of the marina. One of the things I really want to say real quick is it's all come about real fast, and you're talking about a major, major change to the city of Hopewell, that this idea started less than 45 days ago and need an answer by the 15th of March. That's a major change in this city, and I think it deserves more thought and planning than that. But having said that, in my opinion, the majority of the people who attended last night's meeting feel that there is a way to compromise and have a win-win solution for all residents of Hopewell. As plans are now, the marina is to be totally eliminated. My understanding is that LDOC is beyond repair and must be demolished in the near future. I would like to suggest a two-prong approach, a hybrid approach, that you separate the park, you continue to proceed with the park plans, except move it over to the left of the marina, thus allowing the event stage and everything that you've been shown would simply move to the left side of the marina. We would, again, proceed with the plans for the park, move the event stage to the left of the boat ramp, demolish LDOC, removing the major problem. It will cost 1/3 less of what it would cost to demolish all three. Determine the repair costs needed to bring MDOC up to speed. NDOC is in great shape and without a major event would not need any maintenance for many years to come. This will leave 2 of the 3 docks in place. When light bulbs need replacing or boards on the dock pop up, the slip holders can provide these updates. This has been done on NDOC for years, and that's the reason why it's in such good shape now and the others aren't. In place of where LDOC is located, build a public fishing pier.
Mr. Bottoms, I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes has been exhausted.
I took too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, at this time, Mr. Terry, will you please do your financial report?
Good evening, council, city manager, attorney, Michael Terry, finance director. And I'd like to start with opening up on page on the opening page topic. And what I'm going to cover today is the financial compliance and reporting on the section 1, the progress reporting on the section 2, and lastly, just wrapping up, going a little bit more in detail on the progress reporting. If you would turn to page, If you would turn to page 3, I'll start here with the external reporting requirements. I'm very pleased to report to council that we have now brought forward the outstanding external reporting by the annual financial report, and including our state auditor's report, as well as the federal reporting. And the last time that I was before you, we were talking a little bit more in detail exactly when the single audit 2018 would be completed. That's in the far right column at the very bottom. We've completed that, and that has actually been uploaded to the federal website. And they have sent us back confirmation of acceptance. And I believe the city manager had indicated that he has a copy for you all. If it's not in your box, he has a copy for you all of the 2018 audit. I'd like to thank all of the parties in the city, and I'd like to thank the schools as well as the auditor. We worked very hard to make that happen, and I appreciate it. Now that we've accomplished that, the question goes, we're still not out of the water yet. We still have external reporting requirements. So where are we? Let's go to page 4. Page 4 is important to have a background or a framework. In the exit conference with the auditor, Robinson, Farmer, and Cox, when they completed the 2018 annual audit, the city manager and I spent we had about an hour or 2 hours conversation. And out of that, we wanted to know what was his advisory in terms of how we can move forward to get these audits caught up. So I want to make a very clear statement. These plans that are before you were based on input and guidance from the auditor. We needed to have an auditor that was going to be a record more than 1 year, because then you have to relearn, and then you have to go through, and you have to figure things out, and they have to get to know the organization. We also needed to have an auditor that would be willing to understand the schools as well as the city. And when I say city, I will try to stay away from segregating it. But when we say city, we mean the city departments as well as the treasurer and all the other constitutions are part of the city. So we say city and schools. But we would need to be able to go through and clearly identify when the auditor would need to make his or her resources available to us. And we needed to be ready to have them to come in to do an audit at one time, maybe 2 weeks, go away, come back, issue a report, deliver that to council, and we move on. The other guidance that we got is how do you get ahead in terms of your current operations. So we received a tremendous amount of advisory. This implementation plan that we now have before you that's taking into account fiscal year 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 23, took that into account. Also, very clearly, when we began to regroup ourselves after the end of December 21, with the new treasurer coming on board and with my colleagues at schools, we began to talk about how could we actually do some of the things that we got advice from the auditor going out the door. And as a background or as an update, we issued an RFP for an auditor, and Robinson, Farmer, and Cox was the firm that selected, and we're in the process now. The city manager is working with the city attorney interim to close that contract and bring it back to council. Working with schools and city together, we understood that there was probably going to be about a 4-month cycle, which is normal for any year-end closing to do in terms of cash and just the normal reporting. So what you see before you, and why I'm going to spend a lot of time here, this is where we really believe we can make this happen in calendar year 22. We started as a team, city and schools. We met in early February. Resources were brought around the table, and we talked about what we thought we were encountering. I wanted to let council know that not all of the records and not everything that was necessary to get a handle on what cash was for 2019 was readily available in January. Once we had an assessment from the team, from schools and the city, we were able to determine what we thought needed to happen. So we marked that if we could possibly, even though we didn't have an auditor in place and we didn't have a contract, what would it take? And we've been working with that. The new IT analyst that has come in has also been helpful in us compiling information. We have a new team working together. We've met. I actually met with them today and yesterday to again look at this schedule. So we'll go 4 months to get cash brought into order. And then the closing and reporting audit workflow is on page 5, page 6. You're used to seeing that. That's just a normal, practical way that we go through getting the year-end close. I'm going to close on this page because bottom line, we believe if we will take this approach and if we work
Page 6
together as a
doesn't have
team,
anything.
we can get it done.
What page are you on? Because page 6 is
I'm sorry.
section 2.
Page 5 is what we call the closing, reporting, and audit workflow. That's called the crawl. That's the normal professional way that we've gone through. I just want to bring you all's attention back to that. So when you're looking at cash recon, because cash is king, but we still have to go through the overall, looking at everything, all balance sheets, all assets, revenue, and expenditure. So that's the flow. We come with 2020. If we can move together as a team and overcome some things, we can get through that by the end of September. And as you keep flowing, when you get to 21, you got some holidays in there, Thanksgiving, Christmas, the first of the year, but it's a great opportunity that we can get 23 done, get 21 done, at least by early 23. Coming back around for 22 audit year, we can move into getting that done. We would have learned a few things. We would have had a better deployment of resources. And above all things, staff have been working very closely on the city side of having an automated munis. And if that is in place and working at the time we've tested it out, that will help accelerate where we're going. On 2023, what we're looking at as being like any other locality or any other entity is that we would end and start up at June, July, August, and September, and have the auditor come in sometime in September, October, and finish that audit. That's the game plan to get this done. On the topic agenda, I had down an item that's not in your packet, and I just would like to hand it out if it's okay with the city manager. This is a pretty aggressive plan, so we're not dreaming or we're not taking it as if this is just going to happen. So I thought I would put something out there after working with the city, the treasurer's office, the finance department, other departments, and of course with schools. And what this is saying is that when we look at where we are, city or schools, we have the same requirements on an annual basis. We have the basic day-to-day operations. And that means that the existing staff that we have to be deployed to get that done. It doesn't make any difference what other priorities are out there. That has to happen. Then comes the other priority, which is not an either or, it's still a priority, getting current on our external reporting. That has to happen. And I think you can clearly see that there's something called munis. Oftentimes, there's not an understanding that there is munis for both sides of the house, city and schools, because the financial statements are one statement, City of Hopewell. But in the city's case, we have post-implementation items that are still needed to be implemented or improved on. And of course, on the school side, they're beginning the process of the munis. All of this is going to be upon us over the next 18 months, whether we like it or not, but we still have to get it done. What I came down to as far as resources is yes, we're using the existing resources. I'm probably the most over-conservative and cautious individual, so we do not try to front end or front load anything in February as a team where we got together around the table, city and schools. But I will tell you that I'm very pleased to tell you that schools made the commitment and acted on it very quickly, and getting some relief into their day-to-day operational people to relieve some of their workload so that cash recons could move on. The same thing with the treasurer's operation. There's a reconciliation specialist that has been brought in order to try to build a reconciliation office that will be permanent and that we can be current. Those were important items. And we in finance also made sure that we start looking at some things and brought in some temporary help to get some things done that had not been done. But bottom line, moving from where we are today, I will tell you, we will have to have resources. What that cost is at this moment, it's 4.5 weeks, 5 weeks that we've gotten together. We plan on coming back, or I plan on coming back and saying, in this particular area, to get this part of the audit done quickly and to have the information ready, we're going to need X or Y. Wherever we are, we're going to use existing resources, and then if we need anything above that, I will come back to the city manager and ask to come back before you. But I didn't want to put that out there. I didn't want anybody to think that we just coming up with a plan is, whoopee-doo and it's dust all in there. It's going to be some work and some requirements, but how you deploy the resources over time is going to be important. And at the end, we're using existing staff to get this done or either backfill. And hopefully in '23, what we would have is a more experienced and a more stable set of individuals that will be able to carry on and do external reporting on a timely basis. And of course, by the auditor being a part of the team, helping us by being tough on us, I think that's going to help us get to where we need to go. Lastly, I want to talk about the progress report. And the item there that says external reporting, that's the annual report. That's on page 8. Only thing I'm going to say there is, again, I will be repeating myself. We're in 2019. We're starting from scratch. That's what we determined was the basis. We didn't have a lot of things to rely on where cash was concerned, so we're starting from there. We're moving forward on that. All the other items, we've been working in finance, the things that what we call the city we know about. We've been working on tax receivables. We've been working on a couple other things that historically has not been addressed, and we got a disclaimer on it. So we started focusing on that. Moving into operation and assignments, that can be found on page 10. And what I want to say on that is that I focused on the top areas of in our finance accounts payable. I won't go through all of the numbers, but you can see the number of invoices that have been processed, purchase orders, and what we print, and with the volume. I thought it would be good for you to know that. And of course, the payroll. What's important about payroll is that payroll is a hidden gem. There's never any issues until somebody doesn't get paid. So the reason we know we're doing a good job, we don't hear noise. But there's more than just running payroll. There's filing the reports, making sure all of the reports are done. And I want council to know that even though the external reporting is a big deal, we are current on our reporting requirements where it's concerned for federal and state for payrolls. The accounting department has worked very diligently to get prepared to close out. You cannot have a bunch of years open in Munis in order to do the annual budget. So the budget books that y'all are used to getting and looking at the 3-year trend and the current year trend, you can't get that with having times open. So we worked very diligent, and the accounting deputy worked hard in working with departments to get that to take place. Financial reporting and budget, we're in the budget season, so the budget analysts and coordinators working with departments to make sure that they understand and we can get the budget loaded. We're current on our state comp board filing, and believe it or not, in the midst of everything else, that's why we have the post-implementation. We're still passionate about working on some things so that when we come back by June 30th, there are a couple of projects, in particular, Mrs. Core, that I'm interested in seeing, can we pull it off and have it happen? So that's an ongoing process, so that's where we are. I'd like to turn over to the budget. And I believe the best thing to say about the budget is that we have moved from everybody getting everything in on time to the budget calendar being discussed between all stakeholders and having that out there. And we're on track and we're doing what we need to do for that. Lastly is the internal reporting of the city manager transfer. That's on page 14. And this cycle, we did have 2 transfers, and we put them there. They were not cross funds. They were within the general fund, but we still disclosed them. We wanted to make sure you knew what happened, and the explanation is there for them. With that, that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Terry. Are there any questions? Ms. Pelham?
I have one. Yes, does in the count, I spoke with the city manager today, but I thought we had indicated that any salary savings will go back to the general fund. We didn't, so how, these 2 transfers spent the money? How could that be possible? If he explained it, I mean,
Yeah.
I just remember
So.
some direction from council saying not to spend the money.
But Councilor Pelham called this afternoon and asked that question regarding the utilization of the funding for the sheriff's office purchases from salary savings. I don't ever remember, I know in my 4 years since I've been back, in the 13 years I was here before, there was never anything regarding requiring the use of the salary savings go to the bottom line at the end of the year. Departments have always had the ability to take salary savings and move them down to do expenditures. We can't move office supplies up in the salary, only council can do that. So again, that has been the practice that I know, and if y'all did something in the interim, I don't have any documentation where it says that you can't do that, but departments here have been able to utilize salary savings to make end of the year purchases that they may need to have. An issue came up, and I know 1 year when I was the director, we had to buy a printer because our printer quit. So that's the type of thing that has been allowed in the past.
I know it was in the past, but I just remember,
I think I know what you're talking about.
I just can't
What
place it.
requires your permission to sign off on is the use of salary savings. It's not something they should be able to do on their own without your permission.
Yeah, no, they have to
That's
talk
what
to me.
she's talking
They have,
about.
yeah, they absolutely have to talk to me. The sheriff came in and met with me and discussed what they wanted to do and their needs, and I agreed to allow them to accomplish that.
No, I'm just not pointing out because of the sheriff or
Oh,
the
no,
engineer, but I'm just saying in general, I know he made some discussion about not being able to spend the money.
Yeah, no, any department that wants to use salary savings has to come and have that conversation with me first. And typically we want to have some level of savings because we know that we have employees when they leave, there's a PTO payout. There may be, we have to pay for an ad for a new job. So there is some level of cushion. So they didn't use all of their salary savings. And what we found, and I'm not going to don't mean to speak for the sheriff, but what we found was there was positions within the sheriff's office, particularly on the part-time side, that were budgeted as a full part-time employee, but they had only worked 8 hours the entire year. So those were the things that were looked at as utilization for the purchases.
During the budget cycle this time, can you, Mr. Terry, go back for each department and indicate how many salary savings they had for the last 3 years, and then what they spend it on? So that if you have a salary savings of, I mean, I know that's you can't really guess that because the person's leave or whatever, but it's just interesting. I would like to know how many departments have high salary savings and what have they spent it on for the last 3 years?
Unsaid, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Counselor Gore?
Thank you, Mr. Terry, for your presentation. I'm glad to see that the Munis modules are being implemented, because you know how I feel about that, so I'm very, very excited about that. Please let me know please let council know how the HR modules are gonna go, because in particular, I have an interest about the onboarding because of what it was like to onboard the city attorney. And that really needs an improvement overall.
So I can tell you, Dr. Manker and our HR department have looked at an onboarding software and training videos that we've moved forward with the purchase on that. so we can begin to implement that, so we have better onboarding. So not only
Yeah.
could you do in person, but we can also say, you can log into your city's, your
Internet?
not internet, but
Intranet.
intranet account, and you can do your training there as opposed to having
Oh.
come and sit in a room for hours. You can do them
With the rolling
prior.
TV screen, which is
Yeah.
so old.
Right.
Yes.
Prior, but you can do them at your, prior to your employment, you could come in and get them done. And that's kind of one of the things that we're talking about, is trying to get all of that done prior to someone actually sitting at their desk.
Yeah, okay,
So-
cool. And then like the modules for, and I think you spoke to this, the reconciliation, so that way you don't have to do all of this. And then also like the whole Thomas Brother thing, I know you talked about that last, but just to keep a touch on them.
Okay.
The other thing, it was mentioned earlier when we was talking about the ARPA funds, there was a mention about an outside agency. I just want to emphasize, and I think Councilor Randolph will back me on this, we keep asking for outside groups to present to us, in this cycle in particular. We definitely don't get $400,000 without somebody talking to us.
Oh, yeah.
So just make sure that you have like ample time for us to really talk to them, whether it be like, I can't speak for everyone else, but I think maybe a work session solely with outside agencies or groups, because since we haven't had that discussion, we're gonna wanna, I know I'm gonna wanna ask questions about what they did before. So please just think about that. And then the last thing is, and I'm not sure, Mr. Terry, if I overlooked this, and if I did, forgive me. I thought that we voted to do an external audit of the 4 funds and the treasurer's office. It was the stormwater, wastewater, beacon, the 4 problem childs of our audits.
So we haven't issued that RFP. That
Right.
was kind of that's one of the items that, I can't say that I haven't given it to Mrs. Giles,
But
but
that's- so-
Mrs. Hudson and I have talked about the review of that RFP, that y'all wanted a legal
Uh-huh.
review prior to, so that we're working on that. to
Okay,
get
that's,
that
I just wanna make sure it's on the radar, that's
And
all.
so I just want to clarify, well, one, at 2 meetings ago, I think it was, it was last time Mr. Terry was here giving his report, council had asked schools and treasurer to be here if there was any questions for them. We have representatives from both here, both the treasurer's office and the school board here. I will say again publicly that the work that the team is doing together has been great. I mean, everyone's working, everybody's being proactive in addressing issues as they come along. So thank you very much, everybody, for that. And I want to say thank you to our new treasurer, because I know it's a heavy lift in a short period of time to walk in the office and become the treasurer. And some of the things you've been hit with tax collection and everything, she's done a fantastic job working with everybody. So I really do want to thank everybody for that. And if schools want to speak to it, at the work session we had with them last week, there was an update on Munis implementation.
Yeah.
So where we are right now, and I think Dr. Manker touched on it when she gave her report a couple meetings ago, their attorney and Ms. Hudson are working through the language of the contract and how that needs to happen, because I think school's attorney has an issue with procurement and how that works. So, it may come back to us that we get it, but so that we're working through the mechanism of how that works right now. So we are working, and like I said, their attorney and our
Oh, so
attorney are
basically
talking.
you're trying to say the Munis thing jumped in front of the RFP thing because that's more of a pressing issue?
Can you speak in the mic?
Is that what you're talking about?
Well, the Munis thing for us is,
Yeah, it jumped-
very
okay,
important.
yeah.
So, we have, Ms. Hudson has a lot of things working on. She's
Right.
trying to work through that. But I just wanted to make sure that you didn't think that Munis was implemented. We working through the contract piece, as
Oh,
whether.
no, I think Mr. Terry understood what I was talking about. I was talking about those special
I just wanted to make
modules.
sure,
Oh,
that's all,
yeah.
that's all.
Yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it. And as long as it's on the radar to look at that RFP, then.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Terry, great job.
Counselor Randolph?
I had one add to what Counselor Gore just said. I do want to also meet with the outside agencies, as she indicated, because we've said this before. I would also like to have what their previous fundings at that meeting have been for the last 3 years, just so we can compare what we've given them.
Go back
And
5.
5? I'm fine with that. So 5 years, just to make sure that we can judge accordingly with what they've spent it on and where we need to be. at that. I do have a couple of questions for the schools and treasurer, just quickly. I just want to know, if, Madam Treasurer, do you still have openings?
Can you come to
To
the
fill.
mic so that people can hear? You
You
need to come to
can?
the mic.
Yes, that's fine.
People can't hear you who are watching, so you have to speak in the microphone. And also the schools, if you just want to go ahead and prime yourself up to
Yeah.
be by the microphone.
And Ms.
too.
Hackney, I'll have a question for you as well. I just want to know if you still have openings, and if so, what we can do to help you get those filled.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I actually just hired 5 employees.
Okay.
I have my 3 clerks up front, my deputy 1, my lead clerk, as well as my part-time clerk. I have my delinquent tax collector, my part-time tax collector. I am working on my chief, so I do need my chief deputy. I'm trying to move slow with that because I want to make sure they come in as the chief. And I need a part-time accountant, which will be helping our reconciliation specialist at this time.
And the city's advertising all of those for you,
I
right?
have we have the part-time accountant out there. Now, the part-time accountant I had to put back out there because we need someone really into the reconciliation and knowing what is needed. So I had to put it back out there. But the chief is out there as well. And I actually had to put the chief back out there because it wasn't really good qualified people to bring them in.
And I want to thank you for working with Mr. Terry and our finance department, because I think that's been an excellent help for the city.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Hackney? I don't know if anybody else has questions for her.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Real quickly, Dr. Hackney, if you could just tell me, how many people are in the school's accounting department? And are we looking at adding to those with the Gear Up with Munis, knowing that there's going to be their standard work and then even more to do with a parallel system before it comes up fully running?
We are definitely looking at adding. We
Okay.
actually are advertising right now. The total number is 6. Yeah.
6?
6 in the.
So you can be adding 6 people?
No, we have 6.
Oh,
We
okay,
have 6.
sorry. It's like,
It's almost our IT department.
Yeah, I was
I
saying,
was like,
well,
We have
cat's
hired
out
a
the bag.
temp. We've already been working all year. And then we're looking to advertise for someone to help us with the Munis transition.
is that the job that you mentioned to
Yes,
us
ma'am.
last week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Mhm.
great, thank you.
Okay. We also have a timeline for you all. I'm really proud of our staff and all they've done this year to get us in a better position with the 19. So we'd love to share with you all just for your information. We've got copies for you.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions?
I'll just say this for Dr. Hackney. You don't have to come back up here. You don't have to come back up. I'm glad that you're advertising. You found the funds for someone, because if you remember during budget session last time, I said I didn't see how you guys could implement Munis without a person. Looking at what, prime example, what Mr. Terry just reported on, talking about finally being able to get a lot of modules in place. That's with the full finance team and with the IT team. So there's no way you guys would have been able to do that without having someone. So I'm glad that you're doing that, and maybe it'll help make the process easier. I do need to talk to you offline in regards to returning back the funds, because I was not at the school board meeting. So I apologize for that, but I just want to make sure, we're giving you all the support you need, because it's needed for that.
And this temp has allowed us to really use Jessica, our accountant, more exclusively. So that's a critical space.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all who presented. At this time, we'll be moving into our unfinished business. Sheriff Stanley and Mr. Altman.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parton. This item was on our last agenda. There was a request made back when this was done, and the issue was brought forward by Sheriff Kephart in December for comps as to where he got his justification for the increases. The last meeting, what you have here this evening is a recommendation for approval of the actual budget amendment to put the money in the right place. At that last meeting, those comps weren't available. Councilor Gore asked for them. We did find them in an email that was sent by Sheriff Kephart to council, but not to Ms. Bess or I, so that you have the comps in the packet this evening. If there's any questions about the amendment, you have that in front of you with the dollar amounts going to the appropriate places in the sheriff's courthouse and 295 budgets. Sheriff Stanley's here if he has any questions or comments that y'all would like to, you really wanted to see his bright shining face, so it's here this evening. It's a little late, so it might not be quite as bright and shining as it was earlier today.
Not after 13 hours, so.
Well, I asked for you to come, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I tried to be here last time, but.
Well, thank you for saying
got
that.
held
I appreciate knowing that that was the case. Well, I'm glad that you're here because I think it's really important, one, out of respect of your position as the new sheriff, to talk about your department and where you're trying to go, in particular with this request. I know it started with the other sheriff, I understand that, but still, it's still your ask now, right? It's your department now. And so I think that, out of respect, I would like to hear from you and to make sure that it is what you would like. And if there's anything else that you would like to change or adjust, that we're aware of it. But then also to make sure that as we do budget sessions, again, I cannot speak for all the council, that you recognize that you can come to council as elected officials as well, right? So we are your direct point of contact. So if there's concerns that you have and you want us to be aware, to let us know, so that way we can be on the lookout for in the budget. So that's one thing I wanted to make sure I relate to you, because everybody else puts their ask in, and you should put your ask in too. So I just want to hear from you why you're asking for this and kind of what you're looking for with your department.
Well, again, this was presented by my predecessor. I was here on the original meeting when he was going to present it. I guess it got put off a couple more days for a special meeting, but like I said, we kind of came into it. However, being the new sheriff, I do want to take care of my people. And I'm 100% on board with them getting their pay and increase. And I know City Manager Altman had us make some corrections that needed to be made, and some other information he was requesting, which I believe we got to you. Like I said, we're here to assist in any way we can in this process, but I'm just trying to avoid any further delay.
And just for clarification, Mr. Altman, this does not have the automatic increase, does it, or does it not? I don't think it does. I just want to make sure I'm right.
Yeah, well, I think the previous sheriff's thought process was that it would work the same way with an automatic increase for their employees, such as we did with public safety. So that's,
You talking about step increases?
Yeah. I think he was looking at, his material. Because he was looking at a 2.5% merit increase for the first year. So I think he was looking for that, just like the other departments.
No, I mean, is it annually?
Yeah. So July 1, an annual.
And does this have the same thing with this whole years of service? Because I definitely need to call you offline about phone calls I'm getting about the other increase that I don't know if it was implemented as intended, but how would this years of service plan out in this one?
So the sheriff, the previous sheriff, and we talked about it when we met, made adjustments for full-time staff for years of service. So there's, if I remember, five full-time, well, 6 full-time, well, we gotta take you out. So I think there's 5 full-time in the courthouse budget, 2 in the 295 budget. So there was adjustments made there for years of service for full-time employees. For part-time employees, it was a standard adjustment in the hourly rate per pay for all of them, regardless of years of service. And that's how he put it, because the sheriff's office was the only one that we did part-time for. Everyone else, it was all full-time employees.
Yeah, like 16 positions.
Because the majority of the sheriff's office employees are part-time. That was, I think Mrs. Denton made the friendly amendment to the motion that evening to include the part-time employees.
All right, are there any other questions? Is there a motion to approve the resolution amending the fiscal year 2021-2022 operating budget for public safety salary increases?
So moved.
All right, motion's been moved by Counselor Denton, seconded by Mayor Bennett. Any discussion? Counselor Randolph?
Do we need to include in that it will include step increases, just to be sure?
That's part of what we're factoring towards the budget.
Okay,
So
just want to
but-
make sure if we don't put it in there, it's not going to be contested later. I'm good.
Okay, Ms. Best, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett. Mayor Bennett, you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank you all. Moving on to our reports of the city manager, Mr. Altman, R1.
Vice Mayor Parton, members of council, the first item on the agenda is a request from the Hopewell Police Department to support a grant application to create a good to great violence intervention program designed to be intensive and an educational 8-week curriculum exposing identified youth to basic life skills, alternatives, and prevention that will assist in the reduction of their exposure to violent firearm-related crimes. The chief is here this evening to present the proposal, and he's got part of the team with him here that he's been working with on this program. So, and the request this evening would be for approval for the city and the department to submit for a $350,000 grant to the Department of Community Justice. Chief, start.
Thank you.
All right. I have my hand raised.
Okay, Mayor Bennett.
I move to authorize the city manager and staff to apply for the DCJS CBVGI grant application to develop the program.
Second.
All right, there's a motion on the floor, and it's been properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Don't we normally
Yeah.
wait until he makes this presentation?
Well,
Well, I mean, we have a motion on the floor.
We want to hear from you, sir, but.
Okay.
well, you read it, so you can make the
Read.
motion.
All right.
If you've got a motion on the floor for discussion, I guess, so.
We can vote on it, then we can hear about it. I mean,
You can do it during discussion. I have a
Yeah.
question about the program.
This is ridiculous.
Okay,
But
should I
technically, you
begin?
can do it. I
Did
mean,
you?
that's what-
Yeah,
No,
like-
we got a motion
Oh,
on the
actually,
floor.
like
We have
you
to
asked me.
I mean, he can't do his
Did you read it?
presentation in the middle of it.
Ms. Best, please do roll call, and then we'll do the presentation right afterwards.
Counselor Holloway,
Yeah.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yep.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Are we done? I'm just.
You can give
kidding.
it.
So the man prepared a PowerPoint and everything.
I know.
No, here we go. Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Members of council, good evening. For those that I have not met, my name is AJ Stark, and I'm the interim chief for the Hopewell Police Department. And tonight, I've come before you just to talk about a project that we've been working on behind the scene that will speak to some of the issues that we've been having in the city of Hopewell. But before I begin my presentation, I do want to publicly recognize just a few of the members that have been working behind the scene on this project. We have represented tonight our deputy chief. We have DeArchie Lewis with us. We have our school superintendent, our Dr. Hackney. We have Ms. Shamika Lewis. We have one of our community advisory council members, Mr. Marks. And we also have Ms. Bridget Bowman as well, who's a member of our Chief Advisory Council. And I would also tell you that the program you're going to hear about tonight, Dr. Hackney made available to us some of her students at the Hopewell High School. because we're talking about a program that speaks to youth, and we're going to get into that very briefly. But we realize that as adults sitting around the table trying to plan a program to speak to the youth, one of the things that we really had to do is sit down and talk to the youth to get their input on the program. So the program that you're going to hear about tonight, we actually presented it to some 9th, 10th, and 11th graders at Hopewell High School. We asked them to try and break the program. We wanted them to destroy it, tell us what they did not like about it, tell us what would not work. And instead, they embraced the program and they gave us some wonderful feedback to make it even stronger. So I'm here tonight to ask permission to pursue a grant. This is a grant that I will just tell you a little bit about very briefly. The Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services is now accepting application for the Virginia Community-Based Gun Violence Intervention Grant. The primary purpose of this initiative is to support the implementation of strategies that will result in the reducing of gun violence and gang activity in Virginia communities. Okay, this is a competitive two-phase solicitation. It's open to Virginia localities and nonprofit organizations that demonstrate that their application collaboration with key stakeholders and a commitment to the implementation of promising practices that have been shown to be effective in reducing gun violence. Now, as I get into this presentation, I want the residents of Hopewell, the citizens of Hopewell, and I want council members to see this as an opportunity for us to implement a program that when you look at the top of the hill, you will see a light that's shining, and that light is shining in the city of Hopewell, because we want to set the tone for what should be happening, not just here in Hopewell, but across the country. That's our goal. So I want to talk to you about the need for this program. There are approximately 2,400 middle school and high school students in the city of Hopewell. And when you look at the years of 2000, my slide is not up.
What page are you on? Where are you?
He has a presentation.
I'm sorry.
Oh, are you presenting?
Yes.
I am so sorry, I didn't realize that.
I got it.
You're coming up.
Okay. All right, sorry for the difficulties, but I just want to set the stage as to why we are taking the time to build this program. If you look at the years between 2019 and 2021, during that time frame, the Hopewell Police Department has responded to 271 verified shot fired incidents in the city of Hopewell. And that's the calls that we get saying that someone has heard gunshots fired, discharged in the city of Hopewell. The Hopewell Police Department has initiated over 500 criminal charges against youth aged between 12 and 18 years old. I just let that sink in for a moment. Now I want you to think about this. The Hopewell Public Schools, they're currently the sole formal organized resource providing direct services. And when we talk about direct services, we're talking about academic, social, emotional, occupational services to the Hopewell youth. The city of Hopewell has no community-based, school-based, or court-based youth diversion programs geared towards cultivating character, relationship building, and life skills or mentorship. We don't have that right now in Hopewell, but we're looking to change that. And we want to change that through the Good to Great program. When we talk about the Good to Great intervention program, we're going to serve the middle school students and high school students ages between 12 and 18. That's the target range that we're shooting for, between 12 and 18. Program referrals will come from the Hopewell Police Department, the 6th District Court Services Unit, and Hopewell Juvenile Domestic Relations Court, Hopewell Public Schools, and also Hopewell Social Services. What we're trying to do is put into the tool belt of these stakeholders another tool that they can have to refer students to. That's our goal. And as we continue to do that, we want this to be a diversion program. And with Good to Great, I have notes, but I just want to speak to you from the heart. Okay, I'm going to put the notes away. because we know this, and we know what needs to happen. You've seen the stats of how many juveniles have been charged with felonies. You've seen the stats of how many juveniles have been charged with misdemeanor offenses. We talk about the fact that Hopewell Public Schools, they're the sole entity that's trying to fix a lot of problems with our youth. So often we hear about community partnerships, and we use the word relationships, and we toss that word around, relationships. The reason you see these folks sitting here tonight, and there are others, is because they are engaged and they want to make a difference. There are people sitting on this side of the audience tonight, I have no doubt, want to make a difference. The way we're going to make a difference is we've designed a program that's 8 weeks long, okay? And for 8 weeks, every Saturday, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., and of course, it could be much longer, is our goal. We want to establish a relationship with our students that need our help. And we're going to get referrals from the courts. Yes, we've talked with Rick Newman, the Commonwealth Attorney, and he said, yes, count us in 100%. We're counting on our recreation and parks to work with us, and the director has already said, yes, count us in. We've talked to our superintendent from the schools, and she said, yes, what can we do to support it? And we have gone around this city just talking about this idea and program, and everyone is saying, yes, we're on board 100%. So for 8 weeks, every Saturday, we want students that are referred into this program to start off on week 1 with an orientation. And in that orientation, we want them to bring their parents or guardian with them, because it's very important for us to get the buy-in of the families as well. And we want the family to understand what this program is all about. And yes, there is a contract that we plan to have at the front door when they come through, because we want to lay out the expectations and the standards of what we are striving for in this program. We also want to take the student's photo on the first day, so we can capture that moment of what they look like the first day that we meet them in this program. We also want to have available video. We want to get a video testimony, because we want to ask a student, why are you here? How did you make it to the Good to Great program? We recognize that some will talk to us, but we also recognize that some may not want to talk to us, but that's okay. Because as we begin this program and we develop this relationship through this program, we believe eventually we can get them to talk to us, okay? So the first week, we talk about having a carpenter, someone from our community that's gifted in building things, and let them, a community partner, come in and help these students build a project. Let's say it's a picnic table. Okay? It's really not about building a picnic table. It's the process of spending time together with the youth. And sure, they're going to learn how to measure, they're going to learn how to cut, they may learn how to use some tools, but it's given us an opportunity to engage. And if all of us think through our life about the people that made the impact on us, it was people that gave us time. And that's what we want to give these at-risk youth. The ones that are pinging the radar in the courts, the ones that are appearing before the school board, you know, the ones that police are having a lot of contact with, the ones that the parents are calling for help, saying, I need help with my child, I can't get them out of bed to go to school. What do I do with them? We want to show them we're good to great. We can make the leap from being good to becoming great. The next week, week number 2, we want to take them fishing. Yes, we want to use money from a grant to buy fishing equipment, because we want to teach them how to fish. But again, it's not about fishing. We don't care if we don't catch any fish. It's the process and it's the time that we're going to spend together with these youth. It's the conversations that we're going to have with the youth during this period of time. That's what we're striving for. The next week they come back, we're going to take a field trip. Someone please say, Chief, where are you going to take them? We're going to jail. Someone said, what? You're going to take them to jail. But we're going on a jail tour, because we want the young people to see the inside of the jail. We want them to smell the inside of the jail. We want them to hear what the doors sound like when they close. And with inmates that have been screened prior to us getting there, and we will be a part of the screening process to make sure that we have the right inmates that can help us further the mission of this program. We want to create an opportunity for the youth to sit down and talk with some of the inmates. Let the inmates give their testimony of what they were doing that led them to be incarcerated. Give the students a chance to ask a question directly to the inmate and let the inmate respond to them. What we're really going after here is when that visit is over, we want the young people to understand that when you make bad choices, there are bad consequences. But we're also showing them in the Good to Great program that when you make good choices, there are good consequences. That's what we're striving for. But when we leave the jail, we're not done for the day. Because remember, this program, we have a curriculum. And on that curriculum for that day, we're going to the medical examiner's office. Yes, because we want the young people to be in the room where autopsies are done. We want a medical examiner to talk about their profession, talk about what it's like to be a medical examiner, what kind of things they see on a daily basis. We want them to understand that yesterday at 3 p.m., there was someone walking on the sidewalk, alive and well. But at 3 p.m. the next day, that very person may be on a slab as a product of an autopsy. We want the young people to smell that smell of being in that environment. And when they come back to the community, we want them to understand that when they make a decision to pick up a firearm, they make a decision to be a part of a robbery, they make a decision to victimize someone in our community, that there will be consequences, whether it's going to jail, and we want them to know that death is real. And that's what we're trying to strive for in the Good to Great program. The next week, because I told you we're striving for an 8-week program, we're going to take them to King's Dominion. Yes, we want to spend money from a grant to take them out of Hopewell and go to King's Dominion. And we want to try to get them to smile. We want to try to get them to laugh. We want to talk to them. We want to get to know them. We want to show them that, yes, there is fun out here to be had. And guess what? It's not about the roller coaster. It's not even about the trip to King's Dominion. It's about the time that we get to spend with them. That's what we're striving for. The next week, we're going hiking. In another week, we're going to get on the Capitol Trail. We all have heard about the Capitol Trail, that a lot of money was spent here in the Commonwealth to ride bicycles. Yes, we want to use money from a grant program to purchase bicycles. But guess what? When we finish the bike ride, it's not about the bike ride. Because we're going to stop and have lunch, and we're going to have conversation. And at the end of the day, when they complete the bike ride, we want to give them the bike. And going back to the fishing trip, at the end of the day, when we finish fishing, we want to give them the fishing equipment. Because we want them to understand that any day you choose to go bike riding, you have a bike. If no one else has ever given you a bike here in the city of Hopewell, we're going to provide you a brand new bike that's yours. If no one's ever taken the time to purchase fishing equipment, we're going to make sure you have fishing equipment that works and you know how to use it. And any day that you want to go fishing, you can go fishing. We're going to continue with this program through the 8-week process. As we start to near the end of our curriculum, we're going to visit a college campus, probably Virginia State University, which is right here in our community. We want the young people to be on campus. We want them to have a tour. We want them to understand that college is a reality. If you're willing to do the work, you can achieve it. We want them to see it, touch it, feel it, to know that it's real. It's not just a dream. And we want to achieve that through the Good to Great program. As we get closer to graduation, remember I told you that we try to get a video statement from them and a photograph? We're going to come back to the video. And we're hoping that by the time we've taken a field trip, by the time we've gone to King's Dominion, by the time we've built a picnic table, by the time that we have spent time, that maybe someone will want to have a conversation. And maybe, just maybe, they'll give us a testimony about the Good to Great program that we can use going forward. And we can show the progression of where we were when we started and how we made the transition. But guess what, folks? When we graduate and walk across that stage and celebrate the accomplishment of completing the Good to Great program, that's when the real work begins. Because they're going to transition to what we have labeled the Alumni Association. See, the Alumni Association means you have completed the Good to Great program and you are part of that family. And we're going to continue to stay engaged with the youth. Now that we've done all of this work, we're not just going to let them go back out into the community and try to figure it out all on their own. We're going to look for opportunities to bring in the Alumni Association, to communicate. Let's take a road trip. Let's go to a VCU basketball game. Let's go to the Science Museum. We're going to look for opportunities to show our youth that there's life outside of Hopewell and life can be great inside of Hopewell. We're striving for a better community. The police department recognizes we cannot do this by ourselves. We need our community partners. We need our stakeholders. And yes, we sat down and talked with students because we recognize that if we're building a program for students, we should get their input. You know, I want to tell you, in sitting down with the students, as the interim chief of police, I had this mindset when we started this program. Deputy Chief and I were talking, and we asked each other, what do you do if a kid starts the program and they drop out? I'm ashamed to tell you what my answer was, but in the light of transparency, I got to give it to you straight. Initially, my response was, if they drop out, too bad. We made a strong effort, and it's a shame that they didn't seize the moment. After sitting down talking with the youth, the 9th, 10th, and 11th graders, a student asked that very question. Being honest with them, I struggled a little bit, but I told them what I was thinking. And you know what that student did? They corrected me.
Why you come and
They
get me?
gave up on him.
You said, yeah, why didn't you come and get me?
Exactly. And that's exactly what the student said. And I'm proud to share it. See, that's an example of what happens when we don't know everything. We can't do everything. We're going to mess it up if we try to do it by ourselves. That's part of what gets us in this predicament is we try and do it ourselves the way we think it's right. But when we start to pull in and engage with the youth and with the target audience, we get valuable feedback. I realize I'm on the clock tonight, and I want to give you all an opportunity to ask questions. But we are striving to achieve a grant to support the Good to Great program. But I also want to say to council tonight respectfully that if we do not get this grant, we're building this program. We're building the program. Yes, we want the grant, but we need this program. And we really need your support. And we're open to any feedback. If there are any blind spots, anything that you feel that we're not considering, we're not thinking about, we're open. Because I'm not here to tell you that just because you're the police chief or just because you're a stakeholder or community partner that we have all the answers. But I believe if we trust each other, if we work as a team, we can get it right. And I believe we can build something that's great in the city of Hopewell. Will we save every youth? We would like to think so, but maybe not. But we can certainly make a difference in our community. And when people say, what are you doing in Hopewell? It's good to great. And I want to share, good is the enemy of great. There are a lot of good programs out there. Our goal is to have a great program. There are a lot of good kids out there, but we want a great community, a great community. There are a lot of police departments. There are a lot of good police departments, but we want a great police department. That's what we're striving for. So thank you for the time, and we're open for any questions that you may have tonight. Thank you.
All right, are there any questions or comments for the chief?
Of course.
Councilor Pelham?
No, of course, first I'd like to thank the volunteers for your service and not especially, but the attorney who's come back home running. I'm sorry I called you out, but she's a Newtown girl. She was a little girl when growing up for me. But anyway, thank all of y'all especially for giving up your time. Tavares, Shamika, Dr. Hackney, on board Rennie, DRG, and I'm going to say Dr. Reed. Captain Reed. But anyway, I've been through 31 years of programs. And my only concern would be about parents. And I see in the thing, the parents will have required to be there the first day, which is great, which will show some commitment and hopefully dialogue between that child and the parent, because that's the key. Because all the programs mostly that I was involved with for these last 31 years involved taking the kid out of the environment for whatever that specified time was, but they go back into the same environment. And so if by chance you can add a component maybe for parents who maybe want to come and learn to do something different or do anything, whatever we can do to add a parent component would be an extra plus for me, because they too have missed out on childhood, a lot of them. I've worked with parents for 31 years in many capacities. So they're adult children, and so some things we just need to include them. It's important to me.
Councilor Pelham, to your point, ma'am, if I could just share, what's really interesting about your comment is we have talked about the ropes course in Prince George. And in talking about the ropes course, we talked about inviting the parents in to be part of an activity. And what the goal was is to try to get the parents or a guardian or someone from the household to participate in that activity of going through obstacles, to just be reminded of what we can do together when we work together. And so I'm not making, that is something that we legitimately talked about and we're exploring as well in this program. So you're spot on and we agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Stark. I don't see any lights. So I look forward to hearing a lot of good things and progress reports on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, R2, Mr. Altman.
So the second item this evening, Mr. Parton, is a request from HCA and their air methods. So we got a few guests here that have waited out the storm for us to relocate their helicopter from Chippenham Hospital to here at John Randolph. And I don't know if anybody has seen, I know that helicopters have been making test runs and doing landings and takeoffs at the helipad. We have Mr. Rupert here this evening. I let him come up and make the presentation on behalf, and then we have the gentleman from Air Methods and HCA here if you have any questions. And there's a resolution that Mrs. Hudson had provided John. I believe that Mrs. Bess has provided you this evening for adoption.
Before you all start, can I get a motion to extend the meeting until we complete R4?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilor Randolph, seconded by Councilor Pelham. Is there any discussion? None. Ms. Bess, roll call, please.
Councilor Holloway?
Yes.
Councilor Holloway? Okay. Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Councilor Gore? Yes. Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Councilor Pelham?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Councilor Randolph?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 to extend.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you. All right. Feel free to go ahead.
Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor Parton, members of council, I appreciate your time this evening. We were approached probably a little over a month ago, I think it was. Maybe actually it was back at the end of last year with a proposal from HCA about them moving their air ambulance from Chippenham Hospital down here to John Randolph. They already do a number of transports from John Randolph as well as the Tri-Cities ER to Chippenham Hospital with patients that are having severe issues with heart attacks, strokes, things like that, as well as trauma patients as well. However, they're at the destination hospital currently. So this would bring them back towards where the patients are and need to be transported away from. This would also provide us with a resource here in the city, as well as far as an air ambulance that we can use for trauma patients that we have involved in accidents or shootings or anything like that here in the city. The state code requires for the governing body to approve any new ambulance service here in the city. Obviously, the purpose of that is to ensure that any new service would be coordinating with the city, with their services, and that there wouldn't be a conflict there with our services, obviously. So we fully support that. I have here with me tonight Jay Lovelady from HCA, and he has a short presentation for you here. We actually have
Do you have your own? Perfect.
to make it a little easier to- So I'll turn it over to him now for his presentation. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me okay? Great. Thank you very much for laying this out and for collaborating with us. And as Chief Rupert mentioned, we began some discussions actually last year with former Chief Hunter. So we've been working on this for a bit of time. I want to acknowledge my colleagues that are here with me as well, who have been patiently waiting with me. Brian Soliday is also from HCA. He's our Director of Air Medical Services for HCA Virginia. Vic Grant is Operations for Air Methods. And Aiden O'Connor, who will join me in just a moment, is Customer Relations from Air Methods. So just a couple brief slides. So I work for HCA, and I'm the Chief Flight Nurse for our medical helicopter program. Air Methods is our aviation partner. So our two entities together will work to form this program and operate it from John Randolph Hospital. In this picture, this is actually the helipad behind John Randolph where we will locate and where we routinely travel back and forth to retrieve patients and take them to a higher level of care. Chief Rupert mentioned the resolution requirement, which is State Health Department administrative regulations. Just a little background on our team. We operate with the name Air Care Eagle. That's the name of the team. That's the name of the helicopter. There are always 3 individuals on board, a critical care nurse, a critical care paramedic, and of course we have to have a pilot to operate a helicopter, so we have a pilot on board as well. It's a 24/7, 365 day-a-year operation. Broadly, we respond to 2 categories of requests. Inter-facility or inter-hospital requests, small hospital to big hospital type thing, or scene requests as well. Car accidents, falls, industrial issues, things of that nature. The overarching goal of a team like ours, of a program like this, is transit to the highest level of care and to do it rapidly, of course. So that's the role that the helicopter plays. Aiden, I'll ask you to join for a couple of notes on Air Methods.
Good evening, all. Just wanted to give a brief introduction of who Air Methods is. My name is Aiden O'Connor. I have the fortunate opportunity to be the Director of Business for the Northeast region. I've been with Air Methods for 10 years and flew with them for 5.5 of those years as a flight paramedic. So Air Methods today serves 49 states. We have 300 bases nationwide, nearly 400 aircraft. So we have a very large footprint. As mentioned, they provide the clinical care, we provide the very necessary pilot, the maintenance, and we actually own and operate the aircraft on our certificate with the FAA. I think the main scope of it is the partnership that we have is the amazing quality healthcare in the community that HCA has with all of you, and then also the 40+ years of aviation air medical that we have experienced. So we want to make sure that we're the safest possible, that we have the most experienced, and that we really, lead the industry of air medical services. Last year alone, just to give you an idea, we transport over 100,000 patients safely via helicopter and plane. The last comment here that's always says is, the strong relationship, and I'll put our pledge out there that in the years to come, if approved, certainly we would make ourselves available for you. So if you ever need us to come back in front of this board or any sort of community event, we pledge to be there for you. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I think that is the end of our remarks, but we would love to field any questions from you about how we would operate, what this would mean for the city of Hopewell, and so forth.
All right. First one I had was Councilor Randolph and then Councilor Gore.
I was just going to make the motion, so if there are any true questions before I make the motion.
I do have
Okay.
questions. So it was mentioned that moving forward, if this passes, there'll be of assistance to us. So can I have like a private helicopter ride? Because I've never gone on a helicopter at all. And,
No, because I'm going
there's
with
like
her.
a picture in this slide where it's like facing the water. I thought it was really, really nice. But that aside, So I think this is an excellent opportunity, and I think that it really helps for our access to emergency services or just services in general, which I think is something we really need to be paying attention to as a community, especially when we have a entire healthcare system in our backyard. So I think that this is very much so needed and on time. My other question would be, in regards to what really is a shift to try to suggest this coming here than leaving its base in Chippenham, I think you said it was.
Sure. As Chief Rupert mentioned, we are frequently in the area. I'd say that we are in the Tri-Cities area every week transporting patients. We're in Hopewell on average once or twice a week at John Randolph transporting patients. So if we have to fly 10 minutes from Chippenham to here to pick up a heart attack, take them back to Chippenham, or pick up a stroke, time is muscle, time is brain. So we're looking at better outcomes for patients, and that's really the big push.
Absolutely. Yeah, and okay, I'll do another shameless plug, full disclosure. So I work with combat medics. Like, one of my sister programs at my job is to employ combat medics in healthcare positions. So if you're looking at creating a skill bridge program to help transitioning service members get trained with your organization prior to them leaving the service, they have pilots, they have combat medics, they have nurses. Please let me know and I will get you connected. The Department of Defense does pay for their salary, so that is a good, you see. So we can talk offline, but I think this is a great opportunity, especially proximity with Fort Lee. That creates with job creation as well. So I think that there's another win for the city with passing this, if anyone's doubting it. But I definitely think for that, especially for the trauma patients, and most important for me, the cardiac patients. One of our, Dr. Griffin left, but if you look at Hopewell's health outcomes, I've been really focused on youth, which is why I did not talk during the presentation, because I probably would start crying. But the other thing I've been working on is social determinants of health.
Yes.
And we have a grant that we're working on, and it's really, really important. But one of the health outcomes, obviously, is heart conditions. And so having a resource like that here to get people more time to get so this life-saving support that they need is really important for our community, especially our demographics. So we're fortunate if we pass this to have this opportunity here. Thank you for considering this.
Thank you.
That was a good plug.
That's what it is.
No, that was a good plug.
I'd love to talk more.
And with that, I would like to make a motion that council approve the resolution designating Air Methods Corporation as an emergency response agency approved to provide emergency flight services for response from John Randolph Medical Center within the city of Hopewell.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Gore. Mr. Denton, you had your light on?
Yeah, I was just going to thank you all for being patient enough to wait tonight to give us such a good gift.
Yeah.
We appreciate what you're planning to do for our city. I think it's a wonderful thing, and I'm all for it 100%. It saves one life. It's well worth it.
Yeah.
So thank you for thinking of Hopewell, for coming here, and I can't speak for anybody but myself, but if I can do anything, you let me know.
Councilor Denton, thank you very much for supporting. Yes.
All right, no other lights. Ms. Best, roll call?
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank you all so much. All right, moving on to R3, Mr. Altman, Mr. Reed Miller.
The next item on the agenda is a request for appropriation of funds for the city marina. Mr. Reed Miller is here. The kind of the next two items are somewhat related, but Mr. Reed Miller is here to discuss the items with you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council. I am thankful not to have to follow Chief Stark directly, so thank you, Chief Rupert, for taking that on. We're very excited for that program and looking forward to being a part of it. Mr. Altman is absolutely right. The next two items are very interrelated. I'd like to present some background information just briefly on both items if possible, and then we can move forward with whatever action is taken, if any, this evening. As you all know, we are moving very rapidly with a plan to change our waterfront at the Hopewell City Marina. I want to make sure the motives are clear behind why we're moving quickly, why we've landed at the project concept that we have, and kind of what the steps are forward, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. There's been a lot of discussion in the community. We've heard a lot from our slip renting community. We know where they stand on the issue, but there are a couple issues we need to consider before we move forward. So first and foremost, we're moving quickly because we hope to pursue land and water conservation funding for this project. There is a deadline for that grant. It is March 15th. That's why the action is before you tonight to move forward. That's why we had to move quickly with scheduling a public information meeting, getting comment just yesterday night. I do want to thank the boating community. They came out in full force to ask questions, to share comments, and did so in a very respectful manner, and it's been a good discourse back and forth up to this point, and certainly understand their position. Just as a brief aside, I've worked at the marina. I spent 40 hours a week at the marina when I was younger, when you could still be a part-time employee and work 40 hours a week. We didn't have a nice ship store. We had a little metal shed, and I had a broom and a shovel and a cash bag and did my thing for 40 hours a week. So I'm very familiar with the facility. Unfortunately, that was 2005, and some of the maintenance issues then are still there today. That has been our main challenge. We inherited the marina, the facilities, in, I believe, 2000. We have been in that managerial role for 22 years, and quite frankly, we've struggled to maintain those facilities, specifically the boat slips. They are difficult, they are challenging, it's become very costly, they are old. We do have major concerns on LDOC. LDOC is a liability for the city currently. MDOC is a liability. It doesn't have the same level of liability with the roof overhead, but the poor condition of the slips, the pilings and the dock is a major concern. NDOC is in considerably better shape. NDOC could stand to be around for a while if it had to be without major issues. So we're faced with this very difficult maintenance challenge at the marina with these covered slips, with these docks. We know that two of them need to come down very rapidly. So we're at a crossroads where we, the city, need to decide what the future of this site is going to be. We have a clean slate to work with. We have a park space next door. We have a boat ramp that is a very popular amenity. And we need to step back and take a look and decide if we, the city, want to continue to be in the marina management business. To rebuild boat slips at the marina, it's going to be incredibly expensive. We have 44 boat slips, meaning we can serve 44 customers. To rebuild those, we've gotten estimates as high as $8 million to rebuild 44 floating slips. That's very high. You take that number and cut it in half. That's still $4 million that we do not have a funding source to rebuild boat slips with. Then if we choose to do that, we have to figure out how we're going to manage it. Do we manage that with an existing contract? Do we manage it ourselves? We've already done the cost analysis on this to where if we manage it ourselves, the revenue that it brings in does not equal what we would spend on operating the marina, managing it, staffing it, operating a store. So those are the things to consider from a maintenance standpoint. We need to make the decision if we want to be in the marina management business competing against other local private enterprise and small businesses. We are a direct competitor with Anchor Point, a marina in Hopewell. It's a small private business. We're in direct competition with the small boat harbor. We're in direct competition with Jordan Point Marina, which are both located in Prince George County. We need to make that decision if that's a business that we want to continue to be in and be prepared to make a big investment if that's something we're going to move forward with. So if we decide that's not the avenue for us, that's not what we're going to do, Of course, it's not my recommendation, just with the difficulty we've had in managing the facility and managing the operations and keeping up with the capital maintenance over the last 22 years. A concept moving forward is to turn our waterfront into a public space that doesn't just serve 44 customers, it serves the entire community. It's a space that the entire community can come out and enjoy events. We expand our opportunities for fishing tournaments. We would start to attract larger tournaments, which I believe is very realistic with what we proposed. We improve the recreational opportunities on the park side, on the waterfront, our fishing area, and a number of other improvements that link directly to the core goals of the Land and Water Conservation Fund. Now, to do that, that's not cheap either. That's $2.8 million. Half of that would be funded through Land and Water Conservation Fund. The other half, we would have to find a place to get it from. It is an eligible expense under American Rescue Plan Act funds. So we could match this very large grant opportunity with this once-in-a-lifetime funding that we currently have. So all of these stars kind of align very quickly. It's why we're moving forward aggressively with this plan, with this project. It is moving faster than a project typically would. I understand that. I understand that creates hesitation and cause for concern. We've put a lot of effort into this plan. We have heard good things from the community as a whole. We know the boating community's opinion. We know the general public's opinion for the most part for the feedback we've received. We're ready to move forward with this. We have stakeholders lined up who are in support of this. We have official letters of support on file that we would submit with our grant application. The application's ready to go. We just need authorization to move forward if that's the concept we want to move forward with. If we choose not to, we won't apply. We wouldn't be able to apply until this time next year. It is a long approval process. You have to be approved at the state level and the national level. It's going to be months and months before we know if we're even selected for the grant. That's why the two items before you are separate. We need to act on the current slip conditions as quickly as possible. That's why that is a separate action item that you can take action on tonight if you choose to not pursue the Land and Water Conservation Funding. So two separate items. You can choose how we move forward. I'm sure there are some questions. I'm sure you've been contacted by members of the public. I'm happy to answer those. Mr. Anderson, our city engineer, is here with me as well. He has worked on this project very hard. Kudos to him stepping into the city engineer role very recently and having to work on what is a very complex and difficult project. He's been a major help. But I'm happy to answer questions. Anything you've got, we'll do our best to provide the information.
I have Counselor Randolph, Gore, and then Pelham.
Thank you. I did attend last night very deliberately, and I have had a few people. But more than that, even before I had people start contacting me, I contacted you.
Yes.
And wanted to be very honest and open with my thoughts about this with you, first of all. I felt that this timeline to be shoved down our throats so quickly was not something that most of us like with anything, never mind this. I applaud your future thoughts towards what we could and could not do. But one of the things that I would like to see is, and what I heard last night, and I don't know those figures and numbers, but most people did question the numbers that we had. Don't know if that's a good question or not, and whether we might be able to find people cheaper than what's given. But the biggest thing that I have is that, number one, the timing is too quick for me. I would prefer, and I'm the one that complains that we don't get anything done. It's just a little too quick for me. I would much rather this council really take into consideration a number of things. There may be some compromise. And that's what a lot of the people said last night, compromise. I don't think that we should absolutely look at just 44 people and their needs. I think we should look at a lot of other needs. The one thing that I found very important that you did, I don't think you deliberately left it out because we're not sure that that's going to happen, But if everybody in council is not familiar with the Wren property, which is the marina, the higher level where the playground is, and the other side where the trailer park used to be, the Wren property, that is potentially all going to Conservancy. That's what the owner of the property wants to do with it. The city's talked many times about potentially buying it, and it is definitely going to Conservancy. So we are, we don't have a say in that.
Well, how do you know definitely?
Well, that's what the city's been told. I mean,
I've never heard that.
that's what has come up, and that's what, I mean, Mr. Walton and I talked about it this morning. He called me, and Mr. Parton, I don't know if you've heard that, but certainly that is what is being talked about, and has been talked about for many years, because that particular person wants to make sure that there's public access to the river by those lands. So, for me, this would be something that I would rather table at this point for the plan. I don't think that we can table the cost of repairs, minimal repairs, to keep us from the liability of what that one dock has at this point. I know that we cannot afford to have that liability stay without some form of repair, tearing the roof off and doing the structural repair. Whether we want to do that or the rest of council does, I don't know, but to me, for the immediate need, that is what I would recommend doing for me. And so, knowing that we're already going to have open lands and could possibly have a compromised plan. I know there was a good plan that Ms. Pelham may remember that was back in 2000 and God knows when.
Pretty pictures.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a plan that could be considered too, because that certainly was a development with floating docks and everything, but it was also giving space to other things. And no one plan should be looked at. We should be looking at a lot of different things. And I'm sorry to say, Aaron, that I can't vote for the plan tonight. And I was, before even attending last night, I felt that way. And so I will have to say, for me, it is trying to figure out and getting you all to come back with figures if the 350,000 is actual figures, or if we need to do a little bit more work and come back in 2 weeks and tell us if that figure is truly the figure we need to do the immediate repairs, and then we set ourselves timelines. So that's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
All right, Counselor Gore?
Thank you. So I have a list of questions, but I'll just ask it to you, just try to answer as succinct, okay? So, if you can't, it's okay. So, just for clarity, when you're asking about us demolishing the slips, why do you feel like it needs to be done immediately as opposed to waiting for us to make a decision?
From the presentation we provided, we showed the images of LDOC, which is by far the worst, with the holes in the roof. The roof structure on LDOC is rotting. It's actively rotting. We have main support beams that have rotted through and broken. We've repaired those, but only to discover the same thing is happening throughout the entire structure. The pilings, the wooden poles that support the roof, when you look at them at the bottom where the water goes from high tide, low tide throughout the day, each day, they go from a piling that's this big around down to a piling that is nothing at the water level. That's what's holding the entire roof structure up. It is a major concern. It needs to be addressed immediately. We're asking for quick action. We're still going to have to go through the procurement process, find a qualified vendor. It's not going to be something we can do tomorrow. We're also going to have to take into consideration those existing slip renters. We're not going to show up and knock on their boats and say, hey, you got to be out by this afternoon. We can't do that. We've got to give them appropriate time. So even with action tonight, allowing us to move forward, there are still months ahead of us before any actual demolition work would start. There's a process.
So I know you have estimated 350 for demo. What did you say again was the estimate if you were to try to repair it?
There is no repairing LDOC. LDOC, if we repaired it, we would literally be tearing everything down and rebuilding it as the repair. That is
Right,
the repair
so
for
what do you
LDOC.
think is the estimate? Off
Just
the top
to
of
do,
your head.
to do that,
Uh-huh.
I don't know the cost to rebuild, but to tear down, it's roughly a third of $350,000.
Okay, so for the
115.
public, it would be to build from scratch to.
Yes.
Okay,
There-
just want to make
This is
sure.
not something we can go in and patch and nail new boards to. It is tear out what's there and replace it to make sure we are offering a safe
Right.
facility.
So if we were to do that, we would just be spending money to replace what is already there as opposed to using money to create something better and new. And more equitable.
The cost we've gotten to rebuild the docks is so expensive. I cannot tell you a funding source for how we would do that without potentially exhausting all of our American Rescue Plan Act funds on the marina, and I don't know that that's what we'd like to do.
That ain't gonna happen.
We can shop and get additional pricing, but the price we got was from a national engineering firm that builds and designs highways and bridges and marinas and marine infrastructure. This is not like a local guy that said, yeah, it's gonna cost you $8 million. This is a bona fide firm.
Like we did last time.
That gave the comparison and gave us the information that we're basing this on, and we trust it to be accurate. Could we go with a lesser product? Sure. Are we going to get the performance out of that we want and need to offer a safe facility? I can't make that guarantee, and I don't think they would either.
Okay, so just, if my memory's correct, when you presented last time, I think I was the only person that was giving you a hard time, saying that I did not want to support this. I think I was the only council member who was on the dais, vocal about this, correct?
I don't want to single you out, but you had questions, yes.
I mean, but let's be honest, I was like the main person that said I didn't want to vote for it, right?
Yes.
So, and after speaking to you and addressing some of my concerns, I guess the biggest thing for the public to pay attention to, and I'm speaking to Ward 4 residents in particular, if we don't submit during this grant cycle, it'll be a whole nother year before we could submit again, which means it could be a whole nother year after that if we were awarded to be able to do work. So we're looking at 2 years down the road before we could even look at trying to do improvements at that site, correct?
That's right. We would be well into 2024 before any actual work started taking place.
Okay, so again, this is really quickly just trying to get some understanding about like the economics here. So the revenue for the marina is the slip fees, the rent fees, and the store fees. Of those 3 fees, how many of those come to the city?
None of those come directly to the city.
None of those come directly to the city.
No.
So they go to the person that we have a contract with, right?
The
person
slips too.
Yes, all of it. That was part of that original
So
contractual.
if the slip fees is about $90,000 in the revenue?
With the current breakdown of resident versus non-resident, it's right
It's
at
more.
$90,000.
But the problem is it's not coming to us.
Right.
So what is the
my
purpose
God, I
of
didn't
doing
know
this?
that.
So, we need to get those numbers, and the reason why I'm really talking about this is because for council who was paying attention the last 2 years, I kept asking, why haven't we put out an RFP for the marina? Why haven't we tried to do a bid on the marina? I have a constituent in my ward in particular who caused a lot of anger about it because it's a monopoly over who can do that. So we need to get those figures so we can see how much money comes into the city, how much comes out the city. But clearly, you just said none, so all the money that's being made there is not of value to us to put repairs in.
Right, and that organization does pay a lease fee. That amounts to roughly $25,000 a year that is paid directly to the city. And then there is one additional source of revenue that I didn't mention previously. The ice machine, that is a rental of property where that ice machine is located. That comes directly to the city. I don't know that total off the top of my head.
So
It's relatively
just,
small.
you don't have to go through all that. So basically, $25,000 roughly is what we get, but yet we're gonna spend a lot of money to replace something for someone else to make almost $100,000 a year in profit.
If we maintain
I
that
mean, does
same
that make sense?
contractual agreement.
Okay,
Yes,
so
that's what we
again,
do.
we tried to look at this before, but it wasn't any traction. So hopefully people will pay attention now and look at this contract. In regards to spaces for the marina, I think there's 44 slips, 40 of them have been filled, and 23 of those are non-residents, is that correct?
That is correct. That is
So the
absolutely correct.
majority of the slips are for non-residents in Hopewell. And
That's
again,
correct.
we'll be paying for an indemnity for them to
Yes.
use
That-
when
that
we're
is
not,
correct.
we're actually in the hole for costs to have it for them.
That is correct.
Okay. And in regards to if this was to be demolished, there's two local, I would say local, but regional marinas. Can you name those and how far are they from us?
There are actually three.
Three?
One is in Hopewell, less than a mile, roughly
And
a
Ward
mile.
4?
Anchor Point.
Yes, in Ward 4. Anchor Point is in Hopewell. They have open slips of, I think roughly 40 is what they shared with us. So they do have open slips. You can't guarantee that those slips match the sizes of every boat that we have, but they should accommodate most from what I'm told. We also have the Appomattox Small Boat Harbor. That's in Prince George County on the Appomattox River, further up the river. They have quite a few open slips as well. And then we have Jordan Point, of course, also in Prince George County, but on the James River. I don't believe they have any openings currently. They're under new ownership. They're doing lots of new things. I think they've been successful in booking up. But we do have roughly 80 available slips in the immediate area on the Appomattox River.
So the question is, does it fit their boats is the question. Can we get that kind of a rough estimate on? And I
We'll
mean,
try
it'd
to
be
get that.
helpful to kind of understand, but
Yeah.
no disrespect, it really, that wouldn't be a deciding factor for me. It'd be our investment to
Sure.
our citizens and what we're putting in and out for it.
Right.
But in terms of these other marinas, how is our rental fees in comparison to theirs? What would you say?
No, our slip renters pay significantly less than what boaters
Yeah.
are paying at other private marinas.
But how much would you say roughly?
I can quote with confidence, our most expensive rate is for a covered slip for a non-resident. It's $210 a month. That includes water. It does not include electricity. I believe as a comparison, and I'm 90% confident in this rate, Anchor Point would be $355 a month, and they do include water and electricity. I believe Jordan Point is in a similar pricing category where it's $350 to $375 a month. Of course, they don't have a breakdown for resident versus non-resident. A customer is a customer to them. So roughly our
Like 150 a month, depending, like what we're losing in comparison to others because we don't have the same indemnities, right?
On average. they're
But we
paying about
couldn't really raise it because it would cost us to do repairs in order for us to raise our fees to be
yeah.
comparable, correct?
I think if we went to the slip renters right now and told them we were going to raise their fees with the current conditions, they probably wouldn't be as polite and kind as they have been through this process so far. That I wouldn't recommend that with the current conditions. The other thing to consider is when we put the RFP back out on the street in early 2021, we had two vendors submit proposals. One was a clear front runner. And in negotiating the initial negotiation of that contract or talking about the negotiation, the fees of the rental of the marina were going to increase steadily. That was always the thought process, that they would pay more and more each year as the business grew. But with the current conditions, it essentially made that negotiation impossible. Because
With
we
the
can't,
conditions of the property?
yes.
But have you asked the slip owners if they wanted to pay more?
That's been shared that they have agreed to. We haven't discussed a dollar amount. But again, asking, someone under a covered slip that has thousands of holes in the roof and they're really not getting the value of actually being undercover, asking them to pay more for that, I think would be a difficult conversation to have. We haven't had that conversation.
I think you should until this thing is demolished, if it gets demolished. I think you should.
So if we,
To see what the response is, because it's a matter, clearly we're coming out on the negative when it comes to this thing in terms of what we put out in terms of money.
Dumb.
But we need to be able to recoup some of the funds.
if we raise,
If we're going to raise it, we have to do, I understand that we need to do repairs, but I don't know, I just want to see what the response is.
if we raise fees, that is not going to come anywhere close to raising the capital we need to make replacement of the current slips. Also keep in mind with the marina, there's another lurking maintenance cost called dredging that you have to do. We have sedimentation on our river. We do have slips that silt in relatively quickly. Right now, if you drive by and look at the kayak launch at low tide, it is an island. You can't use the kayak launch at low tide because we have to dredge again. We dredged in 2012. We paid $411,000 to dredge the marina in 2012. That's going to be a recurring cost. We will have to face that. So we need to make sure we understand the costs that we're bearing by offering boat slips. Irrelevant of what fee we charge, it is a costly endeavor, and to make your money back and break even, you would have to charge a fee per slip that no boat owner is going to pay. So we are going to continue to subsidize slip rentals for 44 customers, and that's the decision we've got to make. If we decide to do that, we'll do that. But we're essentially subsidizing with taxpayer money the ability for 44 people to have a boat slip on publicly owned waterfront property.
So my last question is, because it seems like there's a question that could be raised in regards to if some people use this because it is the cheapest in the area, regardless of the condition and the amenities that they're getting for what they pay, which is interesting. But overall, in looking at their concept, it seems like it creates a more equitable outside space for the community to be able to come down to.
Yes.
I saw what could be considered an amphitheater, which I think is really important. And I know we have Rocky on the River, but as I talk to you, we have to make sure that the Beacon and Rocky on the River has more shows that are culturally diverse.
Understood.
In particular, the Beacon needs to mix it up. It's really needs to do something. But, and then also the ability to bring outside recreation, external recreation opportunities, because we have the dock commission, you know, thank you. They're supposed to be talking about these things. There's so many recreational activities we can do on our water that we do not do at all because one, we don't have the space, two, we don't have a group working on it outside of staff, but still, like, there's a whole nother market that we're missing, and for us to be a waterfront community, it just makes no sense how we don't use our water. And then also people talking about coming across the bridge and the view and talking about, oh, fix the hotel, fix this, fix that. We need to fix the marina. I mean, it's the biggest thing you see when you cross the bridge.
Yeah, it's a bit of an eyesore right now.
Huh?
It's a bit of an eyesore right now.
So, I mean, if you can get that information for me, that'd be helpful. Right now, I'm in favor of demolishing it because I don't see the need to have it. With the plan that you're talking about, you're gonna have slips for casual usage, so there still will be boat access. It opens it up for the community to be able to utilize it.
Yes.
Which is something that we need, and I just don't see the money that we're putting out for what we're getting back in terms of revenue and utilization is worth it. And then pretty much you made it seem like the thing can fall on people at any moment, so I don't know why we wouldn't do something about it. Thank you.
All right, before you speak, Counselor Pelham, I just want to let City Council know at 11 o'clock, we're going to have to take a pause and allow Mayor Bennett and Counselor Holloway to dial back in because the Zoom link only lasts until 11 p.m.
Well, that's poor planning.
I'm sorry?
Nothing.
Okay. So 11 o'clock, we'll pause and allow them to dial back in. Mayor Bennett and Counselor Holloway, just be on the lookout in your emails for a link from Dr. Manker.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can someone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
This is Council Holloway. May I speak in reference to the marina?
Okay, I'm going to put you right after Counselor Denton. We have Counselor Pelham, then Denton, and then we'll call on you.
How many slips are under L and M?
L is 16, M is 14, so a total of 30.
30.
There are 14 on NDOC for the total.
Huh?
And there are 14 on NDOC. That's what gives you the 44.
Oh, N has 14 too. You talking about? So what is this plan? Can it be modified to include M and N without L, since that's the worst?
You mean to move forward with demolition?
Yeah.
Well, we can choose to do 1 or 2 or 3. Those are options we can certainly make. We've presented the option to tear down all three. Obviously, that would have to happen for the concept to move forward. The cost, there's going to be a significant cost of mobilization for whatever contractor is chosen. There's going to be barges and cranes and heavy equipment and dumpsters. If we pay that on three separate occasions, we're just adding to the total cost. But if that's what we'd like to do, we certainly can. It's just going to cost us more in the long run.
So you're telling me that the city, in a contract, we agreed to do a contract with the contractor to give us $25,000 for leasing the marina, but they earned all the slip money,
All the money.
all the money.
Yeah,
Was
this
he-
is not a contract that I drafted. I'm just going to put that out there.
I said something for
What year was that when you first got it?
I believe the contract began in 2013. I got here shortly after
Were you
that.
in here?
I was not here yet. That all
Okay.
happened right before I got here, and I kind of came in
So
on the
what,
back end.
you weren't here either, but do you have any idea why we paid someone $1 million to repair? What did they repair? We had just paid $1 million.
That original. Go ahead.
Mr. Enix did something to the
Yes.
Yeah.
marina for $1 million. What did he repair?
Well, so, a couple things. One,
They approved it, didn't they?
yeah, it was
Huh? I was
Y'all
here.
approved it.
Yeah.
I've been in here for a whole bunch of.
Just because we approve something don't mean that we see what's in
They
these
did the
contracts
parking
as
lot.
we're finding out.
so there was roofs put on L and N.
L, that's
in
the
all
worst shape.
In awnings. There
Wait a minute.
were some spot repairs made to deck boards and some of the finger piers. The biggest piece was making the double
Parking.
ramp, the ramp, the boat ramp. It was a single boat ramp before, now it's a double boat ramp. We did some demo work and rebuilt the bulkhead on the far side where the boat ramp is to provide the boats more room to move in and out, was part of what Mr. Enix did. And then there was a repaving of the parking lot and the pervious pavement put in where we used to have the kind of a U-shaped or curved parking lot. Now it was done straight across, but that area that was in the former parking lot because of stormwater issues was done in permeable pavement to mitigate the stormwater impact. And the ship store was built.
Okay, and
So
so
that was all approved.
in 2013.
It was done under a PPA in 2013. And I want to say it was probably close to 1.8 million, if I remember correctly.
I have no idea.
The contract to do that, because council had previously authorized us to. We hired an engineering firm who subbed out a marine engineering firm to come up with an overall new design of the marina, which we did all floating docks on L, M, and N. We added transient slips to the west side. We came up with a design, and then, because if you remember, the thought was when we bonded out the money for the public safety building, there was going to be $5 million made available to do changes at the marina. Then council decided not to do that $5 million, and we got about 1.8 million or so in cash, a little bit less than 2 million, to move forward with repair work or whatever we could get for that amount of money. Then JW Enix Construction submitted a PPA. The city went through that process, brought that back to council. Council approved it, and we moved forward with. And I can't remember the exact timing because I left in September of 13, so I don't know if they had started work by that point in time or not.
So when did Ellis come in?
He got the bid for it.
It would be sometime after the ship store was built, because in Isabel, the ship store that we had was completely flooded because we had 8 foot of water.
He got the bid right after that, because that's my first year on council, and I remember walking into a
So
situation
14.
that was politically charged in regards to who was designing the marina, who was being selected to do the work, and who was being selected to run the store. And then there was some staff changes, and we asked for an RFP or architect to be brought in because there was concerns about the marina and there was concerns about the Beacon Theater. And so I know for certain that is the contract, the RFP is when that was awarded, because there was legal questions about if that could be done with a city employee and having a contract with the city.
That's-
So I do
well-
remember that being the case, and it's been the contract since 2014.
And it was supposed to be a 3-year contract, wasn't it? With an extension for 2 additional years?
But see,
Forever.
that's the question.
They
How
don't
the
do no 2 or
extensions
3
keep
years
happening.
here, it's forever.
No, I mean, that's what it was originally
illegal.
done.
So
Yeah.
I think the real question here, which Mr. Reed Miller has posed,
Yeah.
that we kind of missed is, I can say for certain, when the city took over the marina from the yacht club in 99, 2000, and I arrived in 2000, we never had an intention of being in the marina business. There was a proposal out to create, and I don't know if any of you have been there, but Smithfield Station was a hotel with a restaurant in it. They wanted to build that on the hill and have a private operator for the marina and the hotel and restaurant. That was never our objective, to be 22 years now managing a marina.
Even with this RFP, that was never the design either.
So
it was supposed in the RFP, I remember clear as day, it said maintenance. The conversation was maintenance of the marina site, so we did not have to have staff be a part of it. How this whole thing worked out with these contracts, I don't know, but the intention clearly was operation and maintenance of the marina, where staff just did the city part that made sense. But the rest of us, I don't know how it got washed out, but I agree with you, but the intention was not what it is now.
So I think the real question at hand, and I think Mr. Reed Miller has said it, do we really want to be in the marina business?
Tell me what else the money's come in, fees, 90,000 for the slips, and what else?
I cannot give you a total on what the boat ramp makes. That information's not been provided to us. I don't want to take a guess and have it be wrong.
So we don't get 1 penny from the marina?
No. But we get the lease
And
payment.
well, we get $25,000 a year. A year. For 100,000 plus. So when is,
That is the
if we
contract that's in
vote for
place.
this, that contract goes away, or do we have to keep it in to the end of his contract?
No, there's a clause, and I don't know the exact wording, but it essentially says that either party can terminate the contract at either time with appropriate notice.
And when is his contract in now?
It's over.
It's been extended.
It's been extended.
It's always extended. I mean,
Without
so
having it in
when
front of
is
me, I
this
don't know
time
the answer to that.
extended? What year?
I believe the extension ends in March of this year, so.
So have y'all bid it again?
No, we're
So when
at
you
a,
hope
we're at
March
an
of-
impasse of how to,
Well, that's why we need to ask the questions that we're asking now about, do you want to be in the marina business? Do you want to demo slips? Because if we're demoing slips, you don't have to have someone operate it. You could.
I don't think we're in the marina business. We're in the business of getting people rich.
Well,
That's what this
That's
business
right.
is. We're not in the marina business right now.
But
We're making millionaires off of city dollars.
Understand your point, but ultimately, there's options here. You know, if you demo slips, all the slips as Mr. Reed Miller has suggested in this request, there's no need to have, because you don't have slips. We could go and we could pursue funding outside of what we're doing now, I think with Virginia Marine or DCR, and to improve things and have a free boat ramp. That would be the requirement. You'd have a free boat ramp, but you could get additional funding to do things. So there's avenues here. We just need to know from y'all what avenue you want to take.
What-
Do you want to do the demo? Do you want to do the repair? Do the repairs in the immediate? Then work towards a larger vision? Do you want to approve the larger vision and go for that? That's what we need guidance on, so we know how to move forward here.
Y'all should came a long time ago. If the man contract ends in March, this March, isn't it? Come on there.
well, that existing contract has language that says the city manager shall administer this contract. So the extensions have gone to the city manager
But
to
he knows to
extend.
bring that to us now, don't you, Mr. March?
We can bring it to you.
Yeah, no, you
supposed to
can.
be.
You need to.
And for council who didn't, I mean, again, I know, I got some people whispering like, I should have said other stuff when I was asking for y'all to look at this. Fine, but look at the city attorney's reports, because she specifically talks about this contract in her reports every month. So go back and look at that as a refresher, to see the contract and to look at the issues that she raised for 2 years.
So.
So I
thi-
support
this-
I support us being in the marina business to an extent. I like this plan because it's boat docks, I mean, there's slips, and it's public accessible, so I support demolishing.
Counselor Pelham, are you finished with the floor?
I don't know. I just, well, I can add it to my dumb moment in history of being on the council. Yeah, I guess so. I'm not in favor of keeping it either, if it's gonna make somebody else a millionaire, not me.
Counselor Denton?
There's been a lot of discussion tonight, and I just don't think we have enough information to make a intelligent decision. So I would like to table this discussion. I know the part for whatever the city is liable for, the dangerous, the docks that are dangerous, we need to fix them, do away with them, whatever. But I had someone tell me, Aaron, that to fix the two outer covered sheds, to get rid of the center dock, and then build the decks that you have in your plan. Not to do away with all of it. I don't know if that's feasible, but I think it's something that I'm not ready tonight to know the answers to.
What are the numbers you're talking about? The number of the docks?
Counselor Randolph, let Counselor Denton finish.
Well, I'm just
We've
trying to
had
understand
too
what
many
she's
outbursts, and we need to keep the meeting going.
I would like to table the section to come back with us with a figure on exactly what you would need to do
I'm starting with
to
you.
get us, safe on the docks. And then to come back at a later date with the plan after giving it more thought. We lose this grant, I'm sorry. I don't think we're, in a position tonight to vote. And I'm not ready to make a decision like this. I wanna hear from more. I heard from the gentleman tonight. I'd like to talk to him some more, some other people. I wanna hear both sides. I'm sorry. That's me.
All right, at this time, Counselor Holloway, you
Made
fin-
a motion.
Okay.
Make a motion, you
It
were
wasn't
talking.
seconded.
I mean, I didn't hear you say I move or I make a motion. I heard you said you'd like to. So, I mean, I'm serious. I mean, that's how I'm taking motions. I mean, would you like to formally make a motion?
I would like to formally make a motion that in 2 weeks, that Mr. Reed Miller comes back to council with a exact cost of what it would be to ramp up the dock, to keep the city from having any liability.
Okay.
Second.
And then later, let's just vote on that.
All right, the motion on the floor is to postpone R3 until the next meeting. It's been seconded by Counselor Randolph.
You said postpone R3?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we're on, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, it's kind of been mumbled up between both of them.
I can handle
Well, we're not gonna make it by the time it's 11 o'clock. So we're gonna take a pause real quick.
We gotta vote to do recess.
No, we're just taking a pause. I mean, okay, I mean, if y'all want to do recess, that's fine. Do I have a motion to recess for the next 10 minutes?
5
Okay, 5 minutes.
second, submit motion.
All right, I'll second it. Any discussion? Ms. Best, roll call.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No?
It's for them to get the Zoom back up.
Counselor
They gotta
Pelham,
get back online.
Let's
Oh,
not
that's-
interrupt her.
Okay, yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion.
Mr. Reed Miller, can you,
All right.
You just did what you.
Motion passes 6-1.
It's because no one freaking pays attention.
Mr. Reed Miller, can I ask you a question?
Right, I'm here.
Sorry.
trailers.
Okay. All right, so Counselor Holloway's still trying to get on. But, you know, just for
Put
the
on
sake
my
of,
phone.
That's what I was gonna say.
just on the
I'm trying
sake
to
of
call.
time, we're just gonna try to keep going. I mean, I've called her twice, and I think Ms. Best has called her twice, and she hasn't answered.
Right.
But let's see, we left off on Counselor Denton making the motion and it being seconded. Let's see here.
What was, you
This
read
is to
it out?
postpone for 2 weeks.
Is that the whole motion?
Yeah.
No, she didn't say for 2 weeks.
Well, that's the next city council meeting.
She said 2 weeks.
She did say 2 weeks.
Next city,
Yeah.
for him to come back with the figure
Right.
for the maintenance, not the other.
Of what?
The maintenance, to take care of the.
Repairs.
L.M.E.
All right, so, Ms. Holloway was the next to speak, but when she gets back on, we'll let her speak. Mayor Bennett, you were next.
There's a motion on the floor.
We were in the middle.
I just wanted to understand, there were two things that were happening. I heard Counselor Gore mention, she's in support of the request, staff request. And the second thing was Counselor Denton was in support of moving this to the 22nd of March. So I don't know, where do we stand right now?
Right now, we're in discussion for the motion, Counselor Denton's motion to postpone until the next meeting.
Okay.
Which means we'll miss the deadline for the, right?
No, it's
It's an R
two
thing.
separate
We will.
items.
It's two separate
Okay.
items,
Okay.
but if,
But
but
it
if
will.
we haven't decided on demolition tonight, we can't apply for the grant by the 15th, which is
Right.
Tuesday of next week.
Which will do what Ms. Pelham said.
Oh, so we need to vote.
So if we can't decide, I'm sorry, if we can't decide on demolition, which is what we're talking about now, we need to make that happen before you can apply for the grant, is what you're saying?
That, well, presumably it could happen later, but if we apply for the grant and get it, we have to move forward with demolition.
Okay.
You could, but that doesn't, I want to make
Well,
it
I'm for
abundantly
moving forward
clear.
to this tonight, but
She's gone.
We can't wait to act on the two slips that are in the worst
I,
condition. That's something.
I'm
we've gotta-
sorry, I'm sorry, there's a lot of whispering going on in the microphones, and I'm trying to hear you clearly, and I can't hear what you're saying. Director Reed Miller.
Okay, I'll try again.
Everyone can just hold their comments off of the microphone so I can hear clearly.
I just want to make it very clear that the longer we wait to move forward with the issues on LDOC and MDOC because of their condition, the liability grows. We've made it known, we've talked about it in multiple public meetings. I'm hoping we don't have a serious incident where we have not acted and there's a major liability situation. This is a very serious concern we have before you. I just caution you not to wait too long to make a decision that would allow us to address those issues.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Are you good? Are you finished with the floor?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna speak next since I haven't gone yet. With the request to demo LDOC, I know that I asked you back last week if you could provide a cost for what it would take to just demo the one dock, what it would be to demo two docks. I mean, I don't see a reason why we demo the third one because there's nothing wrong with it, especially after $1 million was put into the marina itself.
Yeah.
But for LDOC itself, I mean, I think that, this whole proposal, just because we decide not to demo tonight doesn't mean that you can't apply going forward with this plan, or even a marriage, which I think is pretty much what everybody last night was in accordance with. It's taking elements of, both the plan that you presented, but also keeping remnants of, what is still here at the marina. And if we have to go back and negotiate out a better contract with the contractor at the marina, then, that is something that should be on the table. I know I personally have mentioned at least 3 times since my time on city council that we should be treating the marina like an enterprise fund. That money that's made there should be going back into the marina. It's not the boat owners' faults that, money that was, paid in slip rentals or money that was paid over the course of the 22 years that the city has owned this marina has not gone back into the marina. That's just a lack of, poor leadership and poor administration over the 2 decades. They should not be the ones to suffer because, you almost look as if you're renting a house. You pay money, the landlord is responsible for the actual physical structure of the house. And if they don't take care of it, then, they're almost in a sort of a breach of contract itself. And I think what we should be looking at is what are our total options here. And if we got one that's bad, one that is salvageable, and we got one that's fine, why are we going to spend $350,000 to go tear them all down? We could, like I said, marry the 2 ideas together, keep 2 slips, maybe demo 1 down, and make more open space. I think the slip renters would be amenable to that. I think they would be amenable to paying more fees. I think that they would be amenable to increasing the boat ramp fee. To just absolutely do away with the whole thing, I just don't think it's fiscally responsible. And I think even some folks went and looked up the $8 million figure that you had, and I think they even said it was somewhere from Jacksonville, Florida, that was used as a base estimate. And
That's what we shared at the meeting last night.
I'm sorry?
That's what we shared with the group last
But
night.
Jacksonville, Florida compared to Hopewell, Virginia?
That's construction materials and construction processes, not comparing the locality to locality.
I understand that.
It's a construction
But the cost of
comparison.
labor in Hopewell is a lot cheaper than the cost of labor is in Jacksonville, Florida. And you're dealing with, probably more than likely down there, salt water. You're dealing with a lot more environmental issues, from the extreme heats and, the salt breezes than you're dealing with here in Hopewell that causes wear and tear. So I think that we need to, wait 2 weeks to, get a better idea of, what the cost is going to be for one. And then, I mentioned this to March, I think a couple days ago, that I was approached by somebody that said that they're interested in buying the marina as is and taking it off the city's hands. And so when I heard that, I passed it off to Mr. Altman, and I think that that's an option. If we want to get out of the marina business in total, why even waste any money with it if this is a viable option that we can sell it and be done with the whole thing?
If we can't move forward with a project that benefits the community as a whole, I fully support selling that waterfront property. Now, that goes against a lot of plans, a lot of previous things that groups have come in and said, this is how you should manage your waterfront and leverage it. That is the opposite direction. That does not mean we can't go that direction. We can sell it, we would lose public access, we would probably gain economic development, pros and cons. We'd have to weigh those, and you all have the difficult decision of making that decision.
And then you would end up having the marina actually on the tax rolls for once in, 20, 25 years. So, I think, give it 2 weeks for, all different proposals to come back. And we can still apply for the grant, but if it decides that, the best course of action that a majority on council wants to do is sell the marina, just withdraw out of the application process. Just say, we've had a change of heart, change of vision, no harm, no foul.
Is it feasible to sell and keep the public ramp? That's something you can negotiate?
I'll say,
Oh, I'm sorry.
So are you asking me a question, or, that would have to be something I think that we would all discuss, but if there's someone that's, viably interested and has the money to go and do it, I think it's an option worth exploring, especially if we can, make money off of it and just, get out of the business in total.
but you know, if there's such a contract, Mr. Altman, that you can sell it and say, keep access for public vote.
So I'll let the attorney correct me if I'm wrong, but you're the owner of the property, and you can sell the property with covenants on it that say you will maintain public access to the river through the
Okay,
program.
that's my question, okay.
And just remember, though, when we go to sell a piece of public riverfront property here, there's a supermajority of council requirement to do that.
And a public hearing.
And a public, yeah, we have to have a public hearing to sell property, but there is a supermajority requirement on riverfront public property that's used for public use. So,
Also, you can also determine what you're selling, so you could carve out. And I
can't
don't
hear
know the lay of this particular
Determine what you're
property.
selling.
and
I
how-
can't hear you, ma'am, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
I
Oh,
can't hear you.
I'm sorry, scoot over.
We need to get another mic.
So you can retain rights or conditions, as Mr. Altman pointed out, or you can identify the parameters, the boundaries of exactly what you're selling. So without knowing this property, I'm speaking just very generally, there is at least the potential, again, without knowing this specific property, to retain.
Keep it.
To retain some, a portion,
Of it.
potentially.
Yeah.
Again, I am not familiar with this property.
I understand.
But that is in general an option.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I conclude the floor. Counselor Rand, or, I'm sorry, did Counselor Holloway get on?
No.
No?
She's not gotten on.
All right, Counselor Randolph and then Counselor Gore.
Thank you. And this is my second time speaking, and the first time I spoke, I basically was trying to say the same thing. I don't own a boat. I love to fish. I love to do all kinds of water sports. I kayak, but whether or not we're in the business and of being a marina owner or not is not a question that we should be looking at lightly, because we've been doing it for a while. There are pros and cons on both sides, and quite honestly, I'm gonna say similar but different from Mr. Parton, in that if we're going to run a beacon or run a marina, we have to do it as a business. And if we're not gonna do it as a business, there's no sense in us doing it at all. And that includes changing a contract, my lord. I'm sorry, and if it helps, I'll say you're right, Ms. Gore, because I didn't understand that we were getting 25,000 out of this, out of all of the income that we're getting in.
I didn't know that either.
And Ms. Pelham and I just talked during the recess, and she didn't understand that either, and I'm not sure Ms. Denton did. So somehow, a lot of us missed that, so if it was said, we're all stupid then. But stupid is that we even allowed that to happen. So there are a lot of things that need to change with this. And the first is whether or not we want to be in a position of liability. I know that this doesn't go down the path that you want it, and it's evident in that respect, and I can appreciate that. But again, not enough time for us to make concerted, educated decisions. I would like to see what it costs to tear down the one, but again, I feel like there's a possibility of compromise, whether that's the full sale of the marina or anything else. I think that there's a way to compromise so that, I mean, for me, you know me, I like economic development. I'd like to economically develop the high portion so we get some revenue back in. Somewhere out where we have to pay for all of this stuff. We have 26 parks already. The riverfront is extremely important, but where we need to do better with what we already have, never mind, adding more to it. So I don't know what the answer is, but I'd like to work with council to find out what that is and make a concerted decision. And so I have to go along with not making a decision tonight, sorry.
All
Thanks.
right, Counselor Gore?
So I'm just going to state for the record, I am not in favor of selling the marina. So please count me out your 5, and there's nothing I think can be done to make me change my mind on that. For multiple reasons as to why I don't think we should do it. The biggest thing is communities across this country are trying to create what we already have. So to squander it is like, it's so backwards. Anyways, not to mention, we just invested in the Riverwalk, phase 1 and phase 2, with the goal to tie to the marina, which is counterproductive if we're going to just sell it for somebody else to use, especially after we've won awards and received national recognition for our effort to do this larger plan. It makes no sense. And again, for us to be a waterfront community that's plastered over our website, on our seal, what's in our identity as a community, as a city, for us not to have a public waterfront area marina just does not make sense. It's entirely backwards to me. So the other thing I would say is, I get, I think there was a comment made about past administrations, past councils, and I don't want to quote anyone wrong, so forgive me. I don't disagree with some of those remarks. I think that there's the opportunity to address them now that everyone is aware of what we have. I think that contract alone is an example of how much revenue we have missed that could have been put into these repairs and maintaining this property appropriately. But since that opportunity is missed by everyone leading up until now, there is a consequence that has to be addressed. The slip is not going to magically be made whole overnight because now we want to fix it. The fact is, there was opportunities this whole time to do something to get more money or to get other resources, a different contract, and it wasn't taken. So we have to address that. So for a point of clarity, L is the worst dock, right?
Yes.
That needs to be fixed. I mean, that needs to be demolished. We sit here and talk about this publicly. If that falls on someone or someone gets injured, they can play this tape back and take us to court. So, I mean, just off of that alone, I can't see how anyone cannot vote against them demolishing that tonight. The other question is, in regards to, I hear compromise, I hear appease. This meeting that was held last night, Mr. Reed Miller, around how many people attended and who was the primary audience?
I believe the number is 60 total. That would include staff. 60 total. It was very clear that the vast majority were slip renters, based on the comments and their own admissions that they're slip renters. That was the majority of people who spoke were slip renters. They were obviously not in favor of this plan. And there were 3 members of the general public who spoke in favor of the plan.
So of the people who had the biggest opposition, only 3 people who are not slip runners are the ones that spoke. The 3 out of those who spoke were non-slip runners.
I can't tell you that there weren't more non-slip runners in the audience with total certainty, but three people spoke who were definitely not. So.
Yeah, so those who have a vested interest in what happens is the ones that were there mostly in vocal.
Yes.
So, I mean, that already tips the scales. So it's already tipped not in looking at it from an objective standpoint of the city as a whole, the community, safety, liability, and all those other things. And then I guess the question is, who are we trying to appease here? If we know it's a liability, I don't understand how we could not support anybody else but staff on liability. If we know that we're not getting revenue, I'm not sure how, and it's not even just like a little bit, it's like a lot of it. I don't understand how that would be okay. If we know that it's not accessible for everyone, I don't understand how that's not okay. So I guess the bottom line is, who are we trying to appease? Are we trying to appease slip renters? Or are we trying to appease the community and think about our future collectively and make it more equitable? And so I think that's the driving factor, is who are we trying to make happy here? And it seems like it's unbalanced. So I'm gonna vote not to postpone this, and I will support demolishing L immediately, and then to come back with the other docs, since those are kind of in the middle, and come back with the figure she's asking for.
All right. Is there anyone else?
Is that a motion?
No.
No,
I can
there's
make it
another
a
motion on
motion.
the floor, so we
Can we
gotta.
make a substitute motion?
Well, let's,
What is the
Yeah, I can
motion
make
on
a-
the
yeah,
floor,
I guess
please?
that's the motion. The city attorney nodded her head.
You can make
What?
another motion and then.
I believe Counselor Holloway has joined now.
Yeah, she has.
I'm saying, what is the motion on the floor?
I guess I make a substitute motion to proceed with the approval of, moving forward to get a quote to demolish the LDOC, and to come back to city council in 2 weeks with the remaining figures for, the figures requested by Counselor Denton for the remaining, areas.
Isn't that what I made?
No, you said postpone it all.
well, I thought that was the intent, was that we were gonna
Yeah,
get
but you
quotes
gotta
for
say
this,
that.
for the decision to be made in 2 weeks.
No,
I did.
That was,
God.
Well,
So how
that's
are we
not
more
what you
clear.
said, though.
okay, okay, it's okay, everybody. Okay, just say your motion one more time.
Fine, I'll be clear. I move that we demolish LDOC and to come back in 2 weeks to get the information regarding the other two docks that was requested.
Second.
Okay, Counselor Pelham and Counselor Randolph.
So with the demolishment, then you're gonna do a request for bid and all those legal
Yeah.
requirements, right? Is that correct?
Based on the anticipated cost of what that would be, we'd have to put it out for bid.
Right.
Formal bid,
If you put it out for bid,
yes.
does the council have to approve the bid process, or you do that, Mr.?
We gotta still do the money.
you gotta
Appropriate the
appropriate
money,
funding,
yeah.
and then you can authorize me to sign the contract once the bid
Okay.
is in. And typically with a bid like this, it's a low bidder situation.
Okay.
Counselor Randolph?
Do we have any idea what that's gonna cost? I know you said a third of $350, but are you sure about that?
No.
Because we gotta take a roof off and the whole dock system, correct?
Yes. It's difficult to give you that price. I'm not a contractor. I don't know what the mobilization cost. I know moving barges around is very expensive. We learned that firsthand for a fireworks show.
Yeah.
Just to move a barge here from Norfolk is $9,000. So I don't know what those costs are. Obviously, if you're doing 3, you pay mobilization once. I don't know how much the mobilization is versus the actual labor
Yeah.
and disposal of material. I don't have those figures.
But I mean, that's the one that needs to be done, so.
Okay. So, Ms. Best, can you please read out the motion one more time?
Is it the substitute motion that Gore made, or?
Yes.
Okay. Substitute motion to demolish LDOC and come back in 2 weeks to city council with the requested information.
So is this, hold on, so is this, you're asking for
It's a little
sorry,
vague.
asking for a quote to demolish LDOT?
No, I'm asking for him to proceed with the process to demolish LDOT. So, of course, he'll have to come back for an appropriation, but that means he could put out the RFP and do whatever he needs to do to get that going. In regards to the information, I'm talking about, I said specifically what Counselor Denton requested for the remaining stock.
Okay. So are we,
You said what? I'm sorry.
For him to bring back the information Counselor Denton requested for the remaining docks.
Which was?
She asked for the repairs versus maintenance thing, comparison, the figures for that, for him to bring that information back, right?
I really don't know.
That's what I thought she had asked for. Huh?
Yeah, say what you asked for, please.
All right. I wanted to make the motion to come back in 2 weeks with the amount that it would cost to demolish the area that is causing the liability concern. Also, in that, if you could break it out so that you leave, tear down fix the outer cover deck and get rid of the center deck. Try to salvage some of that doesn't absolutely need to be torn down. I'd like to have two figures. One total, one trying to compromise to save what we can save. So until we know what we're going to do.
That gives clarity, but just for a point of information, Molly, can you read, Ms. Best, can you read the motion that was on the floor that Councilor Denton made?
The original motion?
Yeah.
The motion was that in 2 weeks to come back to city council with the exact cost of what it would cost to remove LDOC.
So that was your motion.
I don't know what LDOC is, so.
Okay.
So that's the
okay.
point I'm trying to say.
But
Your
that's-
motion is different. But
Well,
that's fine.
LDOC, the one that was causing the problems is really what you said. The
The
motion,
one that's causing the problem.
LDOC,
Okay,
yes.
LDOC.
That's LDOC.
But is there any portion of that can be
But-
salvaged?
But that wasn't the original
That
motion.
wasn't her motion.
That wasn't the first one, right? Okay. That was in your second motion, not your first motion.
So I'm just saying it to point of clarity because I understand, what I'm trying to say is that wasn't your motion and that's fine. But just for the record, it's clear, to have your ask clear, because that is not what you asked for at first. I have no problem with it, but I just want to be clear that you know that that wasn't what you had first asked. So as long as Molly has it now, Ms. Best has it now, then we're good. But make sure that Ms. Best has your motion, your ask correct now, what you want. Do you have what she wants?
Okay, okay. What you want, your second motion, motion to come back in 2 weeks. I'm so confused.
I'm talking about her ask. What is her ask?
Demolish LDOC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Holloway. Her motion, her addition to her motion was, oh my God. It was a lot
Do you have it,
to
Mr.
that.
Altman?
I'll say, hold
Break-
on, Mr. Altman.
Come back
I
in
think
2 weeks to demolish LDOC.
Right, but that was her first motion. Her second motion had added language that she wanted to come back with the cost, with what the cost would be to work on the other 2 docks that were left, M and N docks.
Whatever they are.
But it was
She
a
didn't say
little,
M and N, but yeah.
We gotta vote on her.
All right,
she didn't
Mr.
say,
Altman.
okay.
So what I think I'm hearing across, so just working off of the substitute motion. The motion is to approve the demolition of L. We need to proceed and get quotes, go to bid. And then I think between the two of you, what I think you're looking for, and tell me if I'm wrong, is you would like cost information, and I'm gonna say this, and this may be more, but to demo M or N, and repair M or N, and break that out by dock.
That's fine.
Then that's fine.
Okay.
I just wanted her ask to be in the motion, that's all.
Okay, that's very clear. We good? You want me to repeat that?
Yeah, yes, please, yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
No, I'll repeat it. The motion is to approve the demo of LDOC and get cost info to demo M or N or repair M or N dock.
That's good.
Is that correct, Mr. Altman?
Yes, and I, in consultation, I think if Mrs. Denton would withdraw her motion, then it would be clear in the record as to what we're asking for.
I agree.
I'll withdraw mine, and you're gonna make that motion.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure it was clear.
That's fine. I'll withdraw, let her, good.
So this motion will be by Councilor Gore?
Yeah.
And I'll second. She has no one else there.
Patience.
Okay, is there anyone else that wants to discuss? Okay, roll call, please, Ms. Best.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
No.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
No.
Motion passes 5-2.
All right. R4?
Let's just cut to the chase.
We can't,
I think
we can't
we-
really proceed with R4.
Well, yes, we can.
We can apply, but our entire application is based on a concept converting the waterfront into a public space that would require removal of all slips.
We can still apply.
If we don't have that authorization to move forward and a commitment to matching
You don't
funding.
meet
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Let Aaron finish, and then it'll be Counselor Gore, then Counselor Randolph.
So we have to put in a very deep, this is a big grant request, it's $1.4 million. The grant application is extremely detailed. It is very specific to turning the waterfront into a public space. And just quickly as an aside, this is not a design that is just something that I like. This is not something that Austin likes or that we personally benefit from. This is us doing our due diligence as city staff to serve the greatest number of people possible in our community. It's not to be negative to slip renters. It is taking the resources that we have available and understanding what we can maintain, what we can manage effectively for the community, and putting forth a plan that makes sense based on the resources we have, the staff we have, and the opportunity we have. So this is not a personal pursuit to build that. It's to serve the greatest number of people possible.
All right, Counselor Gore, then Counselor Randolph.
When is the application due?
March 15th.
I understand what you're saying, but the decision is not a no as of right now about demolition. We have to wait to see what happens in 2 weeks with the information. And so it could be yes or it could be a no, right?
Yeah, if you
So
vote yes,
with
we'll
that-
proceed.
Still proceed.
We'll proceed.
Because you want to get it because you'll not wait another year. And I did want to make sure I'm on the record saying I want to get the information regarding those fees and increasing and some other stuff that I had pointed out. I think you were making notes on because I want to hear the slip side as well in this argument. So I'll just make sure you get those points offline. But I make a motion to approve Department of Recreation and Parks to work with city engineer to apply for the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant for the city marina.
Second.
Thank you.
All right,
Did I
motion.
say that right?
So the CAF specifically mentions the matching funding that we're committing and identifying where our match is coming from.
Well, that would come from the art funds, right? Because that was in the presentation, yes?
It could. That's our big chunk of available money, and this project would be an eligible expenditure. That's the only big giant pot of money we have right now.
I mean, at this point in time, it's all just trying to apply for crying out loud.
So just to be clear,
You can't.
he's looking for a $1.4 million match.
Mm-hmm.
We had an earmark of 500 in there, so just so everybody knows.
I mean, I get that, but you know what? I'm not gonna be funny. And it's so funny how things have turned around, because I was a hard no last meeting. But 1.4, yes, it's a lot of money, but we're looking at potentially buying back land for $800,000 for a development that never got off the ground. So that's that. We have put a lot of money into other stuff this year, $300,000 for the schools, MENA system, such and such for raises, such, money left and right. And we keep asking about money, and Mr. Altman, and I think you last, when you asked, I kept saying, what is our unassigned funding? It was 6 million, maybe it's 5 million now-ish. If we have the funds and we get 10 million from art funds, there's no reason why we can't make an investment for the community to improve our waterfront and pay that money back into the community directly, where their tax dollars used to benefit their lives. So I make the motion to, if I had that right, Ms. Beth.
You've already made a
Patricia,
motion.
here, but to correct my motion to say with the matching fund of $1.4 million from using American Rescue Plan funds. Is that what you need?
I mean,
is that
that's a
make my
clear
motion
green light
correct?
that we can move forward with, yes.
Okay.
Question.
And Ms. Bess isn't at her chair. I don't know where she is.
I'm right
Did you get, did you get the motion?
Sorry, that's what she was trying to go through.
Oh,
I missed one word.
Just to be clear, did you just amend your motion or add to your motion?
I'm just providing clarity, so I just completed the motion. So it was to approve Department of Recreation and Parks to work with the city engineer to apply for the land and water conservation grant with the city match of $1.4 million. Yeah, we got it right. Opera funds. For him
Okay,
to
I'm okay
apply.
with, I'll remain with my second.
Okay. Counselor Randolph and then Counselor Pelham.
Okay. So, not only are we, let me first ask you a
Okay.
question, Aaron. For my understanding, this is a grant opportunity that happens every year. And after we are potentially approved, how quickly do they fund you?
It's my understanding the first round of approval goes through Department of Conservation and Recreation. They then pass that to National Park Service. It'll be months before we are approved. Likely this fall.
I didn't ask about approval, I'm sorry. I was asking if you're approved, how soon do you get your money?
It's a reimbursement.
Okay, so we have to spend this money in order to get it back.
That's correct. That is a
So I
valid
want to
point.
make that
Yes.
clear to everybody.
Yes.
We have to spend this money first before we get it back.
Right.
Okay? Secondly, we've now had a motion that now bites into 4.99 of our second tranche that we haven't even, as a council, talked about. And we've just spent 1.4 million of it on a 2-week proposal. I'm not against this proposal, I'm against, and the council has been against having stuff brought to us and pushed down our throats in a short time frame. And I continue to say that this is too short a time frame. We can't even all agree on what we're asking, what we're saying, and know what's going on. How in the hell can we now put 1.4 million on this as well? We don't know that our citizens don't want 1.4 million of road improvements or water drainage improvements versus a waterfront development that they probably haven't seen. We talk about what the citizens want, and, all I'm asking is for us to take a breather. And I know that doesn't fit into the 4-week time frame, and I'm sorry. But, this is a lot to be now having to bite off a 1.4 million as well. So I'm not going to be able to vote for this. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right, Counselor Pelham and then Counselor Denton.
You can mark this history, I agree, with Councilman Randolph.
Whoa!
Which is unusual. Yes, I say making his history. How can you apply for a grant in your right mind that you have not committed to making it a public space?
It is.
I mean,
That's
no.
That's what the purpose of the grant.
That's the purpose of the grant.
I know
Land and Water is-
but we haven't even voted. That's not a part of the motion.
But that's
to
the
make
purpose of the grant.
Purpose of the grant. We got to get to the point where we vote to say we wanted a public space. Otherwise, it's a lie that you're submitting.
But isn't
It's not a total truth. So Madam Attorney, you have any opinion on it, or City Manager? We gotta say that that's gonna be a public space that we're gonna turn from the marina to a public space before we apply for this grant. Or I think we're just being dishonest. And hope that we get it and then make that decision. It doesn't seem appropriate to me. So waiting, and then to commit again to the 1.4 million, based on the citizens' report today, they do prefer to have roads paved versus a park.
another park. Based on the 3 or 6 people that came up and spoke, they prefer us to get the drainage right. They got,
They've already got the park.
yeah, but they have parks in every neighborhood almost. But what I'm saying is, I don't think we're being completely honest with the grant unless we say, and then we haven't given ourselves a chance to really vote on the American Rescue Plan with all the requests together. This is just one of them. So we're gonna appropriate, take away from those funds. Anyway, I just can't vote on it. I'm sorry.
Point of information for the city attorney, the marina is already public property, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, can you clarify what you're trying to say, because it's already public property?
Well, the usage is for a marina though. I thought this space that you're requesting has to particularly say that you're gonna make it a park.
So the grant the grant application all revolves around the concept plan of creating a publicly accessible space where private slips currently exist on city-owned property. So when you authorize us to move forward with the application, you're endorsing that we are moving forward with a plan that is in line with the concept of doing away with fee-based slip rentals, a locked gate at the public waterfront, and creating a truly community accessible space. That is the core goal of land and water conservation
So
funding.
the boat ramp will still be there?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
That's
and
what's in the
so,
plan.
but still, to make a decision tonight to commit the 1.4 million all to the marina, I'm not willing to do that either. Because I need to know all the requests that we need, and what I heard the citizens from my area say, they prefer to have paved street and better drainage than have a park on the waterfront. They don't own boats, so I'm sure they would agree with me.
Okay,
I've got some comp plan stuff I can read you.
Huh?
I've got comp plan stuff.
all right, Counselor Pelham, are you finished with the
Yes,
floor?
I
Okay.
am.
Counselor Denton?
Mine will be brief. I agree with Counselor. Oh,
What a group.
that doesn't happen very often.
Once in a lifetime.
But I think that spending $1.4 million tonight of taxpayers' money, I cannot vote for it. I just don't think I know I don't have enough information about it. And 2 weeks just doesn't, I haven't even sent an email to the people in my ward to ask them how they feel about it. I need more information before I could possibly vote for this. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right, Counselor Gore?
Okay, well, I'm gonna say this and I know we gotta end, but I just want, just for clarity, I think saying that we're spending $1.4 million tonight with this vote is misleading, because we're not using $1.4 million tonight or asking him to use $1.4 million tonight. It's applying for a grant that says we will be able to match it if we get approved. So it's not saying tonight he gets $1.4 million in his pocket to be able to spend. So just that point of clarity. The other part of clarity is there is a park right there on that site, and it is city property, so we're not creating a park. So it's being referenced as if we're creating something new. That's not correct. It's already there. The other point is, point of clarity is $1.4 million to potentially go towards this as a match when we're talking about doing $350,000 to demolish something, and we're talking about, if I understood you correctly, the condition of those properties are so bad that it's gonna need to be built over, right?
Yes.
So it's gonna cost,
Or if we rebuild, or even come back to repair, it's gonna be well over $1.4 million.
exactly, the cost to rebuild this exactly the way it is more than what it would take to get a bigger concept. The cost to demolish is gonna come in about half of what this is. And we have $10 million of American Rescue Plan money to use. So there's plenty of money left over to do other things, just claim money to do stuff in the budget. Again, I'm not saying this is to give him the money at this moment, it's to be able to apply. We don't know if we'll get through it's just attempting. So that's all I have to say. If this doesn't pass, then, you know, I can respect everyone's opinion on that, but when it comes back around of having to demolish and repair, we get those figures in, just remember, we could have had the opportunity to just simply apply. That's all that the motion is for, not to use the money right now. It takes a year to get a decision, so.
But you're still promising to use the money.
Counselor
You
Randolph?
don't have to vote for it, that's
I
fine.
call for the vote.
All right. Are there any objections to the call to the vote? None? Okay.
Where's the motion?
The motion is to approve the Department of Parks and Recreation to work with the city engineer to apply for the land and water grant for the city marina with matching funds of $1.4 million from ARPA. ARPA.
All right. Proceed with roll call, Ms. Bess.
Counselor Holloway.
No.
Vice Mayor Parton.
No.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
No.
Counselor Pelham. Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
No.
Motion fails.
Motion to adjourn.
You extended your meeting to this item, so you're adjourned.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well.
For the demolition of the,
That was part
I know, but she did, so we didn't have a vote.
you did. That was run through that one, and it was 5-2. You and Johnny voted.
That's right, we voted against it. I was like, dang, did I miss something? I thought I missed something. Come on, heavens.
No, I'm tired. Call me tomorrow.
I'm not gonna call you.
That's what it is,
I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm just.
Hey,
Oh, thank you. Hey, before you leave,
11 o'clock, 12
I have
o'clock.
copies of single audit.
Oh, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Half an hour earlier than last time.
Why didn't you make a motion tonight to get rid of the contract?
So I get the heat next
Make a
time.
motion
Hi.
to get rid of the contract.
All right.
Hey, Johnny.
It doesn't matter, we wouldn't need it if the grant, huh? We wouldn't have needed anything done if we got the grant. Now that we didn't get we're not going after the grant, we still have
So you only pay half the.
So we need to make a motion to get rid of it, change the contract.
But I'm not gonna do it because everybody's gonna think I did it personally. I'm not trying to attack him. I'm just saying these are just facts. So I'm in favor of it. I'm not gonna make that motion.
Make what motion?
To undo
Get
the
rid of
grant
the contract.
I said if I do it, they're gonna say I'm personally attacking him, and I'm not trying to go down that path.
Trying to be nuts, but I had to have it. Thank you all for letting me. Sit here. Hours.
Tackle this in like 2 projects.
Man, that's been
Tackle the park itself.
It helps when.
Well, you can work on that later on.
Your observation.
Yeah.
What's surrounding
Yeah.
That's what he did.
Does not get make sure somebody got it, which is why we're a stupid contract now, which is why the idea is done that because of what you just, everything that was discussed today was discussed 10 years ago. But it's exactly the same.
You want to speak? I'm sorry, we have a chart.
The no vote time, some people who were there 10 years ago.
Let's go home.
So Mark, when we get this information about what we did outside of our circle, I know, oh it is it past $1.4 million? I'm sure it is, so.
Well, no, so what we did.
I know we spent more than $1.4 million outside the budget, so. This was $600,000.
They deserve it.
Schools was $300,000.
Look at your, well, no, schools was in
The budget, that's right, it was in the budget.
the budget.
Well, how close did we get to $1.4 million?
You're about, well, in next year, in next year,
don't cry about investing in marina when y'all want to spend all this money outside the budget cycle to do all these projects. You spent 1.4 already.
Hey, it's good seeing you again. I think we were here.
And I'm back in business. I